streaming shortly.
And I'm going to go ahead and hit record on the Zoom.
Oh, it's recording to the cloud. It should be.
Where's Mahina?
Okay, thank you.
Where's Mahina? Where's Mahina? Well, good, but Mahina. Okay, all right, so we're gonna call. Okay, we're gonna call to order now the meeting. So get everybody to sit down. Okay, call to order. The meeting of the Leeward Planning Commission will now come to order. It's Friday, May 19th, 2023, and the time is 9:30 a.m. This meeting is streamed live on YouTube. So I'd like to just introduce us, the commission, to you. This is Vice Chair Sahiva Knowles, Commissioner Mahina Paishan Duarte,
Aloha.
Commissioner Mike Vatuzik, Commissioner De La Cruz and Commissioner Kanuha are excused today, and I'm the chairperson, Barbara DeFranco. We do have a quorum to hold this meeting. However, I am recusing myself from agenda item 6, petition by William Melton concerning the Ahu Poaku Homala Wihia applications, which means there will be no quorum for that agenda item, and it will be deferred to our next meeting in June. So from the Office of Corporation Counsel, we have Deputy Corporation Counsellor Sinclair Silas Ferguson.
Good morning.
Our attorney for the commission, Deputy Corporation Counsel Jean Campbell, attorney for the Planning Department.
Morning.
Representing the Planning Department, we have Director Zendo Kern. We have Planning Director Jeff Darrow for
Aloha.
item 1. Okay, our staff today, Program Manager Maya Jackson, Planner Jessica Andrews, Planner Tracy Camaro, Planner Clinton Mercado, Planner Alex Roy, our Commission Secretary Narika Sayer, and Janice Hata, our Zoom host in Hilo. So a little bit of housekeeping for everybody. We have a full agenda today. And because the members' schedules and the quorum issues around it, the commissioner is going to take an early lunch, which means we're going to recess at 10:30 and then reconvene at 11:45. So we're going to take our lunch because one of us has to step out. The meeting will end today at 3:30 p.m. And thank you for understanding. Please turn off all your cell phones, put them on silence. If there's anyone who would like to testify, please, you're to fill out these cards. Also, if you have any written testimony that has not been sent in earlier, you will submit it. We did get a lot more information that we've read this morning that you brought with you, and we've certainly read all the letters that we've received from everybody for the last, really for a while, for the last year, over a year. So when you come up, please speak directly into these microphones. You have to sort of get close to it and make sure that it's turned on. And when you're not speaking, please mute it. Please raise your hand to be recognized by the chair before you start speaking. So the first thing on our agenda is approval of the minutes. Review and approval of April 20th, 2023 Leeward Planning Commission minutes. Are there any corrections? We need a motion first.
So moved.
Second.
Are there any corrections? No, meeting no corrections, we will ask for a vote to affirm. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so the motion carries. All right, so where was that one? The one that stated if it's repetitive, are we just gonna, I guess we'll just like. Okay, as it was stated in the published agenda, members of the public may provide public testimony now regarding the agenda item or when the agenda item comes up. So the first agenda item will be the Kona aerials. Okay, and I do have a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 speaking for that this morning. So you're going to have a choice whether you come up now and speak or when we call the agenda item. All right, as I mentioned earlier, item 6 is deferred to our next meeting, but the commission will hear public testimony if there's anyone who would like to make a statement on the contested case hearing petition by William Melton. Okay. So again, Janice, if you have testifiers on Zoom, they also have a choice of whether they're going to speak now or before the agenda item.
Yes, Chair, we have 2 registered testifiers on Zoom. Our first testifier is Bob Hoxie, followed by Colina Silva.
And they want to speak before, they want to speak at the beginning.
I've asked them to unmute, so maybe they
Okay.
can indicate whether they'd like to provide it now or at the time of the agenda item.
So before we hear any public testimony, I just want to clarify that the chairperson or the vice chair may limit your testimony if it's irrelevant, abusive, disruptive, or unduly repetitious. The person testifying shall direct his or her remarks to the chairperson and not to any individual commissioner, staff member, or person in the audience. All members of the public shall extend proper courtesy and respect to one another, commissioners, members, and staff. Any person who does not abide by these rules may be ruled out of order by the chairperson, who has the authority to maintain order and decorum. I further request that the commissioners take an active role in assisting me with maintaining order. If any commissioner objects to any behavior that is undiplomatic or improper, please interrupt by stating point of order, and your concerns will be discussed. Finally, in the event there are any behaviors displayed by applicants, members of the public, or by commissioners that are disruptive to the order of today's meeting, I will not hesitate but to exercise authority as the chairperson pursuant to Rule 1-5J to address these behaviors and, if necessary, to remove the disruptive party from the meeting. I will provide 1 verbal warning. If the warning is not heeded, I will call a recess and give a second verbal warning. And if there is any further disruptive, disrespectful, or discourteous behavior following the recess, the party will be removed from the meeting. It is important that we all understand the procedures that are put in place to maintain decorum. Okay, so now we're going to go to public testimony, in-person testifiers. So do we do Zoom first? So the Zoom, Janice, do we have people that want to speak now?
Yes, Bob or Colina, could you indicate if you'd like to provide your testimony for item number 1 at this time or when the agenda item is called?
This time is fine. This is Colina Silva.
Okay, thank you.
And this is Bob Hoxie, and I just
Right.
wait till the item is done,
Is called, okay.
is called.
And the other one is waiting till the item is called too?
No,
She
Colina
wants to
said
go now. Okay, so you need to raise your hand. I
Oh.
can't see her, but you raise your hand and state your name and swear to tell the truth to us today and tell me where you're from.
Yes. Hi, my name is Colina Silva. I'm from Kailua Kona, Hawaii. And I am here to testify for the special use permit allowal for Kona aerial gym.
Okay, and you swear to be honest with us today.
I swear to be honest
Okay, and you have to limit your testimony to 3 minutes.
yes.
Thank you. ahead.
I am testifying because I have 3 children, 3, 6, and 9, and all 3 of them have attended the Kona aerial gym since they were little. And this gym has been amazing for my children, and I'm sure for many other children out there in this community. And, they have started just from the way it's structured and everything, and the instructors and what they've gained and learned from this experience it's been amazing for their transitions into who they are becoming as young children, and I guess getting into that young adult phase. And I just think that this gym is so amazing, important to our community and all the children out there. It gives them an avenue to work on things for their health and for the discipline and learning to be in some sport and team sport, and for individuals alone as well. And I can't imagine our town not having something like this for our children, and for them to be able to continue to grow in strength and flexibility and, just like I said, discipline. It's so great for them. And so I hope that you guys would consider issuing them that special use so that our children of our community can still have this avenue to go to. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the testifier? No, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So we're going to go right to the agenda item number 1. Oh, you want to say now, or when it's almost the same thing, right? Because
Yeah, I mean, I feel like.
okay, so right now, any testifiers can testify concerning any agenda items. Is there anybody that wants to do that? If you're going to testify for Kona Aerials, that's going to be our first agenda item. But if there's anybody else here that's come for a different agenda and you wish to testify now instead of waiting for it to be called? No. Okay, so then we're going to move on to the first agenda item. So unfinished business is the applicant Kona Aerial Gymnastics Team Inc. SPP Special Use Permit 21000227. Application for a special permit to legitimize the operation of a youth gym. Oh, thank you. I already asked them in because we're going to do it right now. So what do you want me to do now? You want them to testify before we? Okay, excuse me. I've been corrected here that when you signed up, the planning commission signed up, there were 7 of you that signed up to testify at the beginning of the hearing and not to wait for the agenda. It is Kona Aerial Gymnastics Team. So there's 2 chairs up here, so 2 of you can come at a time. Catherine Sukatami and Rhonda Barker. If you come forward, please. And you can see there's a little button that you're going to push when it's time for you to speak. And we're going to start with Catherine and asking you to swear to tell the truth. Raise your right hand. State your name and where you're from. Do you? Oh, the one on the right, I think. Is it on the right? Yeah.
Hello,
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks.
my name is Catherine Sugiyama.
Catherine.
I am a retired teacher from Kona.
So Catherine, do you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth today? Yes. You swear to tell the truth today? That's a question.
Please ask it again.
Do you swear to tell the truth today?
I do. Thank
Okay.
you.
And state your name and where you're from.
I'm Catherine Sugiyama. I have been living in Hawaii since 1972. I live in Kona.
Thank you.
I'm a retired
Please
teacher.
proceed with your testimony.
I can proceed.
Yes.
Thank you. I used to teach middle school and high school students here at Makualani Christian Academy. I have known Nanette Refrida for 30 years. My 2 daughters were in the first gymnastics classes she offered in Kona. And I assisted as a dance coach for several years, and my daughters became assistant coaches while they were in high school. Nanette provides Kona with an athletic service that is unequaled on this island. She provides classes from tiny mummy and me beginners to elite gymnast training at competition level 10. She even teaches senior fitness for people in their later years. I'm 80 and I'm in the class with younger adults who are over 55, who need strength, balance, and flexibility exercises, which are hard to find in the regular gyms. Her facility is the culmination of years of growth. In it, you'll find multiple balance beams, parallel bars, vault runs, and crash pits full of foam. The floors and runways are supported in various ways. One has pipes under it and other blocks of foam, and many areas have crash mats that can be placed below pieces of equipment, one on top of the other, so falls are minimized. Previously in Kona at a gym, which was located where the Jags Automotive is right now, we parents had to line up across the parking lot so the children could have an adequate distance to run to the vault. Needless to say, vaulting was not every class. This year, Kona Aerials hosted the Hawaii Gymnastics Championship meet. Teams came from other islands to compete. Kona has hosted the Ironman race. Olympic swimmers have practiced in our pool. Kona is known as a sports destination. Athletes, no matter what age, need to maintain their level of fitness. To close the Kona Aerials gym, even for a short while, would leave close to 175 Kona kids without a place to practice, and about 300 unhappy parents left with their active children unable to attend the bounce and tumble classes they need to use
30 seconds.
their energy.
30 seconds.
Please keep our gym open. That's the end of my testimony.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to hear from Rhonda Barker. And again, it's a 3-minute limit. Will you raise your right hand and swear that you're going to tell the
Chair.
truth?
Chair, quick
Yes.
question. In the interest of time, maybe we could swear
Oh,
all
this
of them in at the same time.
Okay, thank you. So Rhonda Barker, Lily Hill, Adeline Munoz, Gemma Munoz, Catherine Hogue, and Lisa Ellis, raise your right hand and swear to tell the truth today before the commission.
I
Just
swear to
say,
tell the
I
truth.
do. Okay, you're sworn in. Thank you. Okay, Rhonda, state your name and where you're from. And this is-
I'm Rhonda Barker and I live here in Kona.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm here on behalf of the children of our community. I have worked in the Kealakahe School Complex for 9 years, first at the elementary school and now at the intermediate school level. I've worked both as a classroom teacher and a school counselor. I also had the privilege of being a coach at Kona Aerials for 7 years while my 2 daughters were on the competitive team. Kona Aerials became our second family. As a teacher and school counselor, I have witnessed firsthand the trauma that the children in our community are experiencing. The COVID pandemic only made it worse. Not only that, I've witnessed the crisis that we are facing as a community when it comes to addiction affecting our young people. Vaping, drugs, alcohol are running rampart in our community. I've witnessed children as young as 4th grade bringing vaping devices and marijuana to school. You heard that correctly, 4th grade. I've witnessed teenagers getting high and drunk before class. We live in a town with very limited resources for our children. We need more resources for our kids, more community centers, art centers, and athletic facilities. I completed my master's degree this year in child development and have done extensive research on trauma in the brain, which research shows that childhood trauma gives a higher risk of long-term physical and mental health problems, learning disorders, and drug addiction. However, the research shows that if a child has one safe, loving adult in their life, like a parent, caregiver, teacher, or a coach, that one safe adult can reverse the negative long-term effects of trauma. Kona Aerials has provided that for our community in Kona for over 30 years. Kona Aerials has provided a safe place with loving coaches and an environment that keeps children focused on making healthy choices. It is so much more than gymnastics. Kona Aerials is a place where children learn about values, integrity, discipline, hard work, It also provides an outlet to relieve stress and make lifelong friendships. Today, my daughter graduates from high school and prepares to go off to college with a college scholarship. Kona Aerials helped prepare for her for this day, shaping her into the strong young woman that she is now. Please, on behalf of the children of the Kona community, grant Kona Aerials the special use permit. If you don't, they are at risk of closing. Closing Kona Aerials will only hurt our community and our children. Thank you so much for your time and for hearing what I have to say.
Thank you, Rhonda, and good luck to your daughter.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just push your mics off again. Thank you. And then we're going to have Lily Hill and Adelaide Munoz. Lily Hill and Adelaide Munoz. It's Gemma Munoz, the Munozes. Let's just bring all of them up here. Okay. Oh, hi. Hi. Welcome. Yeah. Okay, so today you get to talk to us. So you're gonna, Lily, is this Lily here? Okay, so Lily, you're gonna go first. So just push the button back on. Yeah, there you go. The right button. It's on the right. There's a little button. Yeah, there. Okay. And then speak into this and tell me your name first and where you live.
My name is Lily, and I live in Kona.
Hi. Okay, now just share with us what you want to say.
I have competed in 2 state championships. I have represented the Big Island and Kona Aerials. I have brought home several medals. The gym shouldn't close down because it is a good place for us to learn and become stronger, and teaches us to be humble and to be confident. The gym is like our home, and the coaches we have are the best coaches. I am confident that you all will keep our gym open for us. Mahalo. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lily. That was very well done. Thank you. And now the Adelaide and Gemma, the Munozes, you get to talk and tell us your name. Put the speaker down so that's really near them. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
My name is Selma.
Hi, Selma.
I really like gymnastics because it makes me very strong, and now I'm so strong. I'm very strong. I really like gymnastics, but I really like missing ballet because I avoided ballet.
Thank you. I think your sister wants to talk too, okay? She's a good speaker there. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Adelaide,
Hi, Adelaide.
and I'm getting super strong. I can do my splits better, and I don't want you to close down the gym.
Okay, thank you for that and good luck. Okay, good job, girls. Thank you. Okay, and we have Caitlin Hogue and Lisa Ellis. Are they here? Caitlin Hogue, Lisa Ellis. Oh, hi. Hi. So, Caitlin, your speaker is already on, so I'm just going to ask you to state your name and where you're from.
My name is Caitlin Hogue, and I'm from Kona.
Okay, got to get it close. Okay, and it's 3 minutes. Okay, thank you. There's a 3-minute time limit on what you're.
Hello, and I am one of the many competitive gymnasts that attend and train at Kona Aerials Gymnastics. I have been training for only 4 years and have been taught, encouraged, helped, and most importantly, improved, not only as a gymnast, but as a person. Many lessons we are being taught are at a place many consider to be a second home. We have learned to apply integrity, teamwork, friendship, and hard work, just to name a few. These life skills not only prove useful in the gym, but also in many places of our everyday lives, like with work or in a school, like with work environment or in a school. Kona Aerials has helped many, and if allowed, can help more in the future. They help many kids. They have helped many kids and help others to follow their dreams and succeed at them in the process. I am one of those kids. Being able to compete with and represent Kona Aerials Gymnastics has been a privilege and an amazing thing to experience with the amazing coaches and the teammates, with the amazing coaches and the environment the teammates provide. Please, we ask you to allow them to continue to do what they do best, help kids, teach kids, and have fun in the process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, and Lisa,
My name is,
just,
my name is Lisa Ellis. I'm from Kailua, Kona.
thank you.
I was introduced to Kona Aerials gymnastics team way back in 2011. My child
Put this really close so we can hear you.
was clinically diagnosed with hyperactivity. It was affecting our entire family. She was driving us nuts. I went up to Coach Nanette and I explained my child's behavior, her aggression in play, the way that she just never stays still. And Coach Nanette smiled at me and said, "You're in the right place." 11 and a half years later, let me go back. The school and doctors were encouraging me to put my child on medication. I've always seen hyperactivity as a form of intelligence. So I refused and looked for something else. Coach Nat smiled at me, said, "You're in the right place." 11 and a half years later, my daughter graduated last year, top of her class, freshman, with 3 college credits already under her belt.
Wonderful.
She would not have done that.
Yeah.
Within the first few months of her being in that gym, she was already listening better. Her self-confidence went up. Her ability to work with others, just amazing. She actually now coaches the little ones
Oh,
at the gym. She's been able to travel and become a confident traveler through this program. She has self-confidence and intelligence and has just become the most wonderful young lady because of this program. I don't think that there are any other programs here in Kona, and we tried them all. We tried them all that did for her what Kona Aerials Gymnastics has done. Kona Aerials Gymnastics is absolutely 100% her second family. And when she went through some heavy trauma the last couple of years ago, it was Kona Aerials Gymnastics that kept her on an even keel and moving forward with prosecuting her abuser. Without them, we would not be the family we are today, and she would not be the amazing young lady she is today. You talk about agriculture versus whatever the gym is considered, but the gym is growing our very most important crop. They are growing our strong, young leaders. That is what they are growing. And to shut them down would be a crying shame and would be detrimental to this entire community. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Oh,
Was there any other?
Oh. no, but I didn't see any of the yellow ones. Okay. So we're going now to, Maya, was there any yellow cards? No. For when we call the agenda item, is there more that want to testify? Oh, you're gonna get us, okay. So, okay, so now we're back to the unfinished business. The applicant Kona Aerial Gymnastics Team application for special permit to legitimize the operation of a youth gymnastic and sports fitness facility and related improvements on an approximately 2.3 acre portion of a larger 23.738 acre property in the state land use agricultural district. The subject property is located at 74-476 Hualalai Road, approximately 700 feet east of its intersection with Queen Kahumanu Highway. Waiahi Aha the first, Puapua Anui the first, North Kona, Hawaii TMK 37-5-017 4 portion. This is a continued hearing from the initial hearing in September 16th, 2021. And Vice Chair Knowles and Commissioner Pashan Duarte were not yet members of the commission at that time. Have you two received the entire records, including the minutes and the transcripts, and you're ready to proceed with the hearing? Okay, great. Oh,
I would like to testify.
I think that's
who's speaking?
Rebecca Leeward. She's on fire.
And what did she say?
She said that, but I think we can give the people.
Yeah.
People have come back and talk with it at 12 o'clock.
Yeah. Rebecca, just hold on a second, because they handed me a lot of other speakers from the public that want to speak. And because we have a funny schedule for us today to be here and we're breaking early at 10:30, we can either take these speakers now and let you speak, or we can do the take other speakers and do the presentation. So it's really a question.
Yeah, so they can testify now or.
So if you all want to remain here, because what's going to happen is they're going to do a presentation, then we're going to break for like an hour and a half and you guys won't have spoken. So that means you have to remain here or come back. If you want to speak now, it's all being recorded. We will all listen to your testimony. If you want to speak now, then when we take our break, you can come back if you want. Yes.
I would
Yes.
prefer to speak.
So there's a whole list of you now. There's 18 people. Are you all in agreement that you'd like to speak now, or you want to hang? Yes. Okay. So will you all just raise your right hands and swear to tell the truth before the commission and say, I do? Okay. Thank you. Then we're going to start with Monica Spencer Ament and Hannah Reynolds. Can you come forward, please? And I just need you, Monica, go ahead and state your name and where you're from.
Aloha, my name is Monica Spencer Ament. I am from Honolulu.
Thank you. And you have 3 minutes.
Okay. I am the mother of a training gymnast for level 5. Her name is Gwendolyn Ament. She really wanted to speak today, but she was nervous. I am here in support for the special use permit for Kona Aerials. What I'd like to add, as you all know, how much these girls work so hard every single day. There's no days off for these girls. They give 100% every single day on and off the gym, in the gym and out of the gym. They are growing to be amazing leaders in their community, in their schools, in their friendships that they have. And if Kona Aerials does have to close because they're not granted the special needs permit, it not only takes the opportunity away for them for the athletics program, but it also takes the support. As a mother, I will lose my entire mom group of friends that allows me to go to work every single day. I am an interior designer and project manager. I work in the building community, in construction. I am able to help support multiple people in their businesses, whether it's through cabinetry, fabrication. It all works its way out into the community. If I'm not able to go out and work every single day, I can't help hire other people and support our community. And that's one of my main things with my business. I was not blessed with supportive parents or grandparents. And I will lose all of these mothers that will help me get to work every single day. Sorry.
Okay, Monica, just take a breath.
I don't want to have to, last night I had to console my daughter because she was so worried that she was going to lose all of her friends and her coaches.
if you have to, I don't know if you've had to console your own children before, is something that you can't help, that you can't do anything about. So I'm here now to help. I'm not, these girls, one of the girls, she's a junior in high school. She's committed countless hours every single day for multiple years to make it to her senior year next year, and she
30
won't be able to compete. It's like going to college and not being able to get your degree.
Thank you, Monica.
Our community needs to do better for our keiki, and our community spaces outside of Kona Aerials is so sad and filthy. And Kona Aerials provides a safe place for our girls and for these athletes. So please think of the kids
Thank you, Monica.
outside of this. Thank you.
Okay. And Hannah, so there you go. Now just get it near you so we can hear you. Put the mic near your mouth, yeah. And then just state your name and where you live.
My name is Hannah and I live in Kailua Kona.
Thank you. Now just tell us what you want to say.
Aloha, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hannah Reynolds. I am 9 years old. I am a training level 4 gymnast. I am here today to convince you not to close down Kona Aerials. If Coach Annette does not get her obtain her special use permit, you would be breaking hearts of young girls and crushing our dreams. In January 2022, I stepped into Kona Aerials and fell in love with gymnastics. April 5th, 2022, on my birthday, I made hot shots and dreamed of making the team. By the end of the year, that summer, I made it. And then I dreamed to get a medal and podium. That season, my first competition, I received my first medal, 3rd on bars, for my first ever event. By the end of the season, I earned lots of podiums all around and finished 1st on bars and 1st on beam. At the 2022 compulsory championships, my sacrifices, hard work, and dedication paid off. Thanks to the training I had at Kona Aerials, whether we finished first or last, our coaches were very proud of us. Thank you, Coach Nanette, Coach Kyla, Coach Venus, and Coach Ella. I appreciate you training me, believing in me, and hope that I would be able to represent Kona Aerials and West Hawaii for the 2023 season and beyond. Council members, I practice 15 to 20 hours a week, and I want to go to college on gymnastics scholarships. Please help me get there. I cannot start without you giving Coach Annette her special use permit 2100227, because if you closed our gym, it would be like closing down my heart. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I think there's 3 other, Madison, Hunter, and Natalie Reynolds. Why don't all 3 of you come up here? Huh? I do. I don't get. Yeah, let's all. Is this Madison, Hunter, and Natalie? Okay. So you just need to. We're going to start with Madison. Okay, Madison, you're going to start. You just state your name and where you live, and then tell us what you want us to know.
Okay. My name is Madison Reynolds and I live in Kona.
Thank you.
Aloha, aunties and uncles. My name is Madison Reynolds and I'm 10 years old. Today I stand before you to request Kona Aerials be given their special use permit. Although I am not a gymnast, I am here for my little sister Hannah. Gymnastics in my family means long hours, fun competition, my sister's happiness, and gatherings with the gymnastics Ohana. You heard how much she trains, but if it was up to her, she would be at the gym 7 days a week because she wants to be the best and really wants to go to college on a gymnastics scholarship. It was cool to watch Hannah make team, make goals, beat goals, and have fun because she's usually stuck at volleyball with her siblings. Nevertheless, my little sister is the champ on bars and beam. It would be amazing to witness her taking that again, as well as more because she is determined to have a better season but cannot do it without you. Council members, please take a second to look into the crowd, see the love and support of gymnastics enthusiasts, her teammates, and how our community needs Kona Aerials. Also, my 11th birthday is May 26th. For an early birthday present, please let Coach Nanette keep Kona Aerials. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hunter. So I'm going to ask you to keep the applause. We've got to move it. So at 10:30, we're going to break. So Hunter, it's your turn. Will you state your name and tell us what you want us to hear?
Hi, my name is Hunter William Reynolds and I live in Kailua Kona.
Thank you, Hunter. Okay, go for it.
Aloha, Auntie and Uncles. My name is Hunter William Reynolds. I am 7 years old. I am here to support my sister Hannah, her teammates, my friends Kira, Kenji, Tilly Joe, and Brady. Please give Coach Nanette her permit because I like watching my sister practice, compete, get medals. When she has practice, I get to go fishing with my dad more. If Hannah cannot do gymnastics, I won't get to fish that much. Please give Kona Aerials their permit because I love my sister and want her to be happy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Natalie, did you want to talk? Are you Natalie? Did you want to say something too?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Natalie Reynolds and I live in Kailua Kona.
Thank you.
Aloha council members. I'm a proud mom of these three who spoke before me. I am here to ask you to give Coach Nanette special use permit so she can continue to build strong, confident, and healthy athletes through Kona Aerials. Her program teaches listening and learning skills, improves self-esteem and confidence, social interaction, goal setting, cognitive abilities, and fun. All of this and more has been beneficial to my daughter, Hannah, and her friends who have thrived in gymnastics and school and in life. If it wasn't for Kona Aerials, Hannah would have found her passion, most likely still be climbing on my door jams, shimmering up the light at Coconut Grove, getting in trouble at school for climbing on top of the gym and flipping off of it. Kona Aerials, Coach Nanette, and her team and staff is vastly needed in our Kona community. As council members, you know the lack of opportunities on this side of the island for the kids and athletes. Please do not take away an opportunity for our children. This is truly mind-blowing because Coach Nanette has the facility, equipment, heart, experience, expertise, all to do this safely. Bottom line, all we want is for the best of our kids and our Kona community. All of you sitting here before me have the power to make this finally happen. The last 30 days in my house have been upside down, dealing with the crushed dreams of Hannah due to possible gymnastics closure, having to explain politics, Title 22, gender, transgenders, tweakers, and all of that while teaching the importance of family, holding your ground, and standing up for not only what you think is right, but what you believe in. My family has only known gymnastics for about a year, but the parents and athletes behind me have been doing this for hundreds of hours, many, many years. And I cannot fathom the heartbreak that they are going through. I hope that you can show our community, but most importantly, the children within our community, that you can use your power for good by pushing through their special use permit. Mahalo nui for your time.
Thank you, Natalie. Thad Estrada and Kira Estrada and Venus Walker. Will you all come up, please? There's 3 chairs here, 2 microphones, so we can share one, but there's.
Chair, can you please clarify for the public our role that we are commissioners and not council members?
Oh, yes, this is the Planning Commission. We're not county council, even though we're meeting in the room that county council. I've been just asked to clarify that. We are volunteers that sit on this commission here, just like you. We have families and children, grandchildren and great-grandchildren. We're all from the areas here, and we're selected as our roles from the different areas here. Okay, so we have Thad Estrada. Oh, you want Kira to go first?
I'll go.
Okay, Thad, you
I'll
go
go first.
You just state your name and where you're from.
Who's that?
Oops, you turned it off. Turn it, there you go.
My name is Thad Estrada. I'm from South Kona, Hawaii. I had no idea I was speaking this morning, so I apologize if it's a little scattered, but in life, I know it's important that if anything, if we feel strongly about something, that we say something and just sit in silence. What I'm going to share with you now is the underlying impact that most people don't see on what's happening here. When Kona Aerials moved to this location, there was another gym that happened to be sharing the same building, which is called Imo Iron. Having let myself and my health go due to work life and a crazy schedule, thought it might be a good idea to start taking care of myself while my daughter was at Kona Aerials. A couple of years later, I'm entering strongman competitions and I'm getting in the best shape of my life. Ironically and paradoxically, me being in optimal health helped me become a better father. Kona Aerials gymnasts closed their doors, so will the other gym. And I know there are a lot of other parents at Kona Aerials that have taken advantage of this dual being in the same building. And all of us trying to, with the cost of Hawaii living here, to be able to fit and kill two birds with one stone. No offense to the birds. The other thing I do want to mention is that the last winter before the start of season, our daughter injured herself and was unable to compete for season. Most kids would have been crushed by such a devastating event. Coach Nanette worked with us and exemplified a true nonprofit by allowing our daughter to still come to practice and work with our doctors in retraining her. Coach did not charge us for the 4 months until she fully recovered. Our daughter's resilience and mindset to overcome her injury in a short period of time is a direct result of what she learned at Kona Aerials in the last 6 years. Ultimately, it has helped her to become a more confident, more consistent person. Whenever we travel to meets or Oahu to the mainland, our daughter not only represents Kona Aerials, she represents all of West Hawaii, all of the Big Island, all of the state of Hawaii. It's a huge honor for her that she represents her family, her friends, and the community that supports her. To see it all coming to an end would be devastating to the small town, our ohana, ultimately our daughter and her gymnast teammates. I would have worn my Kona Aerial shirt today, but thanks to Imo Iron, I don't fit it. I had to give it away. So thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. Kira, can you state your name and where you're from and tell us what you want?
My name is Kira Nishihara Estrada and I'm from Kona, Hawaii.
Thank you.
I've been doing gymnastics with Kona Aerial since I was 4 years old and I'm almost 10. I'm a level 7 gymnast and hopefully going on to 8. Coach Nanette has helped me get stronger mentally and physically. The gym is a place I've been going to 4 days a week. My coaches have been so supportive throughout the years, especially when I got injured. They had helped me heal mentally and physically. My teammates have helped me push through and overcome my fears. As I represent Kona Aerials, the community has helped me become the person I am today. I know my best friend, Annabelle, from gymnastics. I have gained so much from the community. Please keep our doors open so our community can continue growing in gymnastics and following our dreams. Thank you.
Thank you, Venus. And Kira and Venus Walker's our next speaker. So push the button and pull it near you. Oh, you might have to scoot over. There you go.
I'm Venus Walker and I'm from Kailua Kona.
Thank you.
I have spent over 10 years as a part of Kona Aerials, over half of my life. And it has become my second home and my second family. And over that time, Coach Nanette has become almost like a second mother to me. I was a gymnast and transitioned into coaching after 6 years of gymnastics. I learned incredible hard work and integrity being a gymnast. I grew up as kind of like a weak kid. I was like physically weak and I cried if anybody ever slightly raised their voice to me and I couldn't handle criticism. And being a gymnast made me an incredibly strong woman, and I was surrounded by incredibly strong women as coaches and other gymnasts around. And it brought me a very hardworking mindset that anything that I put my mind to, I can achieve. Tonight, I graduate as a valedictorian from high school, and I got accepted into San Diego Circus Center to pursue aerialist and circus arts as a passion. Something that I would not have been able to do without gymnastics. I found Kona Circus Center, which runs out of the same building after I stopped doing gymnastics. And that's where I found like even further strength and community. I teach and I train there along with teaching at Kona Aerials Gymnastics, and it is my life's passion. It is everything. It's everything to me, gymnastics and aerialists and everything. As a coach, I've been able to see the effect that it has had on children. I have parents come up to me when I see them outside of the gym, and they tell me how since working at the gym, since having their child in the gym, they have become confident. They were scared of talking. They were scared at school. They had a lot of anxiety, and they've built so much confidence and strength in themselves and been able to just like grow as children. As little as like 5-year-olds now are bringing this confidence because of what gymnastics has brought to them. I've seen children's attitudes improve. I've seen them value hard work and value what they can put their mind to achieve. And so it's been very fulfilling to see that work together as a community, what it's brought for me. And closing down the gym would take away all this community.
30 seconds.
And so the impact that this has had and experience it as such a strong community for me growing up, keeping me focused so I can achieve everything, has been amazing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Venus. Okay, I'm going to call up Leilani Roberts, Margaret Roberts, Kaya Roberts, and Nadja Roberts. Can you all come forward? Is there another chair for somebody? Huh? I've got it. So I'm going to, because of timing, so please keep it concise right now. You do have 3 minutes each, but to get all 3 minutes in, just keep it really focused. So we have Leilani Roberts. Just state your name and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Leilani, and I'm from Papa Bay, South Kona.
South Kona, yeah.
When I began gymnastics, it was mainly because of my two sisters. Ever since they were 5 and 6 years old, after watching the Gabby Douglas movie, the dream was to become great gymnasts. Never really interested, I preferred to stay and read for hours while they played outside in our trampoline, doing back handsprings and back tucks all on their own. When we finally joined the sport, Kai and Nigel both excelled and grew and never failed to learn new things and prove their strength and determination. It was a beautiful thing to see. On the other hand, I was never flexible and I was very weak. All the coaches supported me and reassured me that I wasn't the only one who had struggled to do the simplest things. They encouraged me and helped me become stronger. Our coaches teach that it's all about your mindset. If you truly believe that you can do something, you have to envision it. You have to work towards it. And you have to believe with all your heart that you can accomplish your goals. As I progressed and I became stronger, I felt confident in myself. I was making friends and I was learning to overcome one of the worst things a gymnast can have, fear. Getting over my fear of doing things helped not only in gymnastics, but in everyday life. I was bolder. I learned not to let anybody push me down. In the less than a year, all 3 of us were asked to join the team. And I was not only surprised, but overjoyed to know that I was actually good enough to compete and help represent our gym. This was an amazing and empowering feeling. We became the first Excel team at the Kona Aerials. With lots of training over the summer, we were finally ready to compete. And my sisters began in the gold level and I started in the silver level. When my coach told me I could move up to gold with my sisters, I was so happy. We had come so far in our training. I had worked hard to improve myself and eventually I qualified for states along with my sisters, even though there was only 2 meets left in the season to score high enough scores for my level. It was remarkable that my scores were high enough to send me to state championships. Competing at states was one of the most fun I've ever had in the meet, and we all did awesome. Even though there was only 4 of us on our team, Kaya and Nija both qualified for regionals. I placed in 6th in the junior division, which is not bad from only my 3rd meet in my level. The amazing part is we did this all in 2 years, and it's thanks to our amazing coaches and our amazing gym. We wouldn't have been able to do this if it wasn't for God and our coaches and our gym. And with this special permit, we won't be able to continue our journey. We are not only a team, we are a family. So if our team is broken up, we'll be a separated Ohana. Not only is this sport good for the body, it keeps kids out of drugs. Research shows the most dangerous time for drug use and misbehavior in kids is between 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. And our classes are during these time periods to keep kids busy in a good way. Thank you for listening to me and
Thank-
please keep her
Thank
channel.
you, Leilani. Thank you. Margaret? No, no clapping. We have go for it, Margaret. Oh, do you want the kids to go first? Okay. Is this Kaya? Who's this? Nija. Okay, Nija.
Hi, my name is Naja Roberts and I live in South Kona, Papa Bay. I'm a gymnast from Kona Aerials. Today, I'm going to give several reasons why we need to keep Kona Aerials open by approving our special use permit. I'm 13 years old. I've been doing gymnastics for 2 years. Those are the 2 years of my best. Gymnastics keeps my body very fit and healthy. Your posture can be improved as well. The total body workout can even help with other sports. It's not only a physical, but a mental exercise too, training your brain to overcome fears of any kind. My coach always says, take fear as a challenge. All of our parents put their hard-earned money into our gymnastics, and we can't let it go to waste. We put all into our practice and our dreams are at stake. This March, I went to state finals and won first all around, first on beam, first place for floor routine, and first place on vault, and second place on bars. I'm ranked second in the whole state. I went to regional finals and won first place on beam. We all need a chance to go to state finals and regionals next year too. Please keep our gym open so that we can accomplish our hopes and dreams and turn them into reality. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So are you both going to speak now?
Oh.
Mom's
Hi,
going to speak.
I'm Margaret
Okay.
Roberts,
Hi.
and I'm the proud mother of 3 teenagers in Excel
Speak.
Gymnastics
Can
team.
you get a little closer?
I'm from
Just
South
a-
Kona, Papa Bay.
Yeah.
Every parent wants to give their children a chance to live their dreams. My 2 youngest daughters here were constantly trying to do gymnastics at home on their own for years, even though we told them not to. They just wouldn't give up. So we finally decided to put them in beginners class during COVID because there was no sports. They did so well, we couldn't say no when the coach invited them to join the team. 2 years later, they look like they're floating on little clouds. They're so happy. A friend of ours had to move away that they made friends with in the gym and moved to California and went to a big gym. And when she came back to visit, she couldn't believe how well they've been doing. She said, even though they were at a huge gym, they didn't get the individualized attention and her daughter just had not progressed at all. And our daughters were now on the team. This is their first competitive year. They dominated all their competitions. They had wonderful experiences traveling inter-island for competitions and state finals. They also scored so well that the 2 little ones went to regional finals in Everett, Washington, and competed against children from Alaska, Montana, Idaho, Washington, Oregon. My daughter Kaya won 6th place on floor routine. My daughter Nija won 1st place for beam and 7th place for all-around gymnast. My oldest daughter Leilani won 6th place all around during state finals. They are truly living the dream. Please approve this permit for them and all of the other children from Kona Aerials. We do not have many opportunities for Kona for girls. This is the only gymnastics gym in Kona. Other towns have a variety of options, but not Kona. The children they're on the team with are exceptional athletes and have wonderful characters. The coaches are incredible and supportive. The location is big and beautiful. After traveling to Oahu and seeing other gyms, I believe ours is the largest and most spectacular. Why else would they ask our gym to hold state finals last year? Summer is coming, and this is the time the girls train to learn new routines for next year. Please give them this opportunity. Let them continue training and use gymnastics to take them to college or maybe even further. It is not
Sorry.
easy to find housing in
Can you
Kona.
summarize?
Imagine trying to find another gym space in Kona. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have time for Kaya? One more. Okay, go for it, Kaya.
Hi, my name is Kaya Roberts and I live in South Kona.
Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Casimir Roberts and I'm 14 years old. Ever since I was 4, I wanted to be a courageous gymnast. Anytime my parents asked me what sport I wanted to do, I squealed, gymnastics. That was my invincible dream. I wanted people to say, whoa, did you see that? That was just a back handspring with a triple backflip. That was awesome. I longed to step on that first place podium and have layers of gold medals around my neck. Living in South Kona, my training for gymnastics was just a dream for many years, but starting in 2021, my life began to change in the best way ever. I finally had a chance to become a gymnast. Because of COVID, my parents finally agreed to let me take beginner's class. I couldn't wait to go to class and constantly dreamed of winning competitions. However, I was becoming sad because summer was almost over. Every day I was trying to learn as much gymnastics as possible in the small time I had left. Right before the end of summer, Coach Annette kindly invited me to join the Excel team. My parents agreed and were so proud of all of my hard work. I started training after school and worked diligently at my homework, so nothing would stop my gymnastics. Finally, during this school year, I started competing in meets. I became an honored member of Kona Aerial's Excel Gold team. Thanks to God and my coaches, I scored 8s and mostly 9s in all my events. I competed in state finals and scored 9.325 in vault. This means so much to me because only the top 15 athletes were invited to represent the state of Hawaii in regional finals. On April 21, 2023 in Everett, Washington, I competed in regional finals and representing not only my state, but also Kona. I ranked number 10 in the state of Hawaii. Every time I do my tumbling pass and stick the landing, I am proud of myself for what I've just accomplished. When someone asks about my coaches, I'm so excited to say their names and how much they helped me become a great gymnast. My childhood dream is coming true, and I have a new goal: to go to college gymnastics in just a few years. I'm not the only person trying to achieve this goal. If you don't grant Coach her special use permit for gymnastics at Kona Aerials, where can I practice? There's no other gym in Kona. How will I and everyone else achieve our goals? Please keep Kona Aerials open so we can practice and win next year in regionals. I want to continue learning and progressing in my gymnastics. Help us make our dreams unconquerable. Thank you for listening to my speech.
Thank you. Thank you all. We are now going to recess until 11:45. Okay, and those of you who haven't testified can come back at that time. Thank you. No, we just recessed. I'm sorry. Okay. What? Said it a lot of times. We did our best and then we pushed. Continue, Kona Aerial Gymnastics Team, Inc., SPP 21000227. We took a break and we're going to continue with our public testimony. So I think we ended with the Robert. So the next people, Sabrina Sander and Sharon Weber. Can you step forward? And I believe you already were sworn in. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So just, we're going to start with Sabrina. So press the button on the right side of your mic down there and the red light comes on. Sabrina,
Yes.
just state your name and where you're from.
Sabrina Sander Sisenya. I'm from Kemuela, Waimea area.
Thank you.
I'm here on behalf of my daughter, Victoria Sisenya. She's 6 years old and she's in school right now. I'm also here on behalf of all the families that drive from the North Island, Kemuela area, which there are a number of families who do drive down to Kona.
Thank you.
We're just asking that you please don't shut down this sports program. There's really no other place for us to go. No other, this is an Olympic sport, gymnastics. It's not a dance class that you can do in a small studio. Coach Nanette is a huge asset to the community. She loves the girls. She just gives. She needs this huge warehouse space. It's an open air facility. She has so much equipment. My daughter literally self-taught gymnastics online during COVID, starting at the age of 3. And she was dreaming of the day that she could take a real class in a gym. And this open air warehouse is so important to have this space.
We live with grandparents, and of course, we were like, well, let's just check it out. And, it's just with everything that's happened with the stress and struggles with COVID, I just think that it would be very heartbreaking for the girls if you did not grant this special use permit. And, just in 2 months, the strength that I've seen and the confidence that's come through my daughter. There's this rope climb. She climbed all the way to the top twice. My husband's a Marine and he was blown away. So I just have to say, just within 2 months, she has completely changed. I think that's it
Second.
for me. Yeah.
Thank you
keep
for
it
your
short.
testimony. Okay, so just push the button then again. Okay, and then is it Sharon? Yes. Just
Sharon
state-
Weber.
Thank you. And where you live here?
We live in Kealakekua. I have been a judge for the United States in women's gymnastics for over 50 years at the international level primarily, including the Olympics. But I have coached and judged at every level from the beginning up. And after we moved here from Colorado, I coached at Kona Aerials for several years and enjoyed it tremendously. Gymnastics is a fabulous sport. It teaches kids so much, not just the physical, but the emotional and every other aspect of their lives are determined by what they learn when they're in gymnastics. It's a lifelong learning situation. Since the code does not actually have an option for a gymnastics facility in the building code, this special use permit is so important and so necessary. And even though people may have an issue with other parts of the property on which the facility is located, I think it would be a travesty to close this program down. I've been all over the world, as I said, with gymnastics, and the facility is absolutely one of the best and definitely the best in Hawaii. And I think it would just be so sad to keep the kids from being able to become as much as they can be, because it definitely is a life-changing experience for most of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Randy Provenzano and Britt Barker. Are you here? Oh, yeah, let me just say, wait, so you're Britt and Randy's not here. So can we get Annabelle McLean here? Is she here? Okay. So the on button is going to be on the right, and you go ahead. You go ahead. Now on the console in front of you, on the right. Yeah. Okay.
Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just state your name and where you live.
I was sworn in earlier. So my name's Britt Barker. I'm from Kona. I think I could spend 3 minutes telling you what everybody else is telling you, why this is so important to our community, but that would really take me more like 3 weeks. So I'll tell you how I ended up here. I am very well aware of some people in this room. I am an attorney. I work on every district in this island, on this island, specifically this island. I was originally from California. I was on an Olympic gymnastics program headed towards the Olympics. And I never wanted to do that, but that's where I was headed. And the only break that I ever got was our once a year trip to Hawaii for Thanksgiving. And guess what? I wasn't allowed to come because I had to be in training. And Nanette, from my age of 12, said she would sign off on every routine I had to do, everything I had to do so that I could come and experience Hawaii when I was 12, until I ended up going to college and earning a full ride to UC Berkeley. I then came back to Hawaii to be a lawyer. I volunteer my time to those that cannot afford attorneys in child welfare law. I used to be a prosecutor. You know how much this program is needed, not just for our island and our state and our side of the island. It's necessary for the development of our children, men and women. I have 2 boys. I don't have girls, and they both go to Kona Aerials. I also volunteer my time to coach and mentor these young girls. I also volunteer my time as a United States Air Force JAG attorney, where I also have to advise commanders and give recommendations as to what we are doing for the United States as a whole. May not be following all the rules, but how do we get to yes? Because that is what the United States needs. That's what our community needs. This is not any different. There are rules that have been broken. I can appreciate that. I truly am a rule follower. I get it. But this is not the opportunity to say black and white. It's not that. You have to get to yes on this.
30 seconds.
And this entire community
To summarize.
is supporting getting Kona Aerials to yes. So if it's not today, then let's get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Annabelle, state your name and where you live.
My name is Annabelle McLean, and I live in Kailua, Kona. I am 10 years old, and I go to Kona Aerials Gymnastics. I've been training there since I was 5 years old. It's my second home. I train hard to represent my team, my family, my community, and my island. It keeps me away from all the bad things that's going on. It helps me physically and mentally. This is my family, and I don't know where I'll be if I don't have the gym. Gymnastics teaches me to be strong, to try harder, and to be a good leader. This is what I would like to say. I will trade sweet for strength, trade fear for courage, trade doubt for belief, and absolutely trade gymnastics for nothing. I train side by side with my best friend Kira. Please don't close our gym because that is my future. I'm a level 7 that travels inter-island and mainland to represent Big Island. The special permit will keep our gym open. Please don't take away my Kona Aerials Ohana. We love you, Coach Nanette. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Annabelle. I'm going to call forward Bob Northrop and Fallon Harrigan. Bob Northrop? Not here. Is he outside? Oh, okay. So I just want to make sure, did you both swear in to tell the truth? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me? Not too good? I see.
Oh, I do.
I do. Okay. All right. We're going to start with you, Bob. State your name, state your name and where you live, please.
I'll give you some history.
Just your name and where you live.
I'm Robert W. Northrop.
Okay.
I'm newly retired from the County Engineering Division of Public Works. Yeah.
And you live here in?
I am in Kau now. I can't afford Kona.
All right. Thank you. Please tell us.
I'm very familiar with the property. being a construction inspector with engineering. Well, knowing the property, I know what's been going on there, and now there's buildings built. Gee, we might as well fill them up. In the meantime, I have a wonderful history with Kona Aerials. We were both working parents, and she had a summer program that was wonderful. Now, this is 30 years ago. And my two daughters were there and attending, and under excellent care and staying healthy, learning a lot of different things. I was always amazed when I went there to pick my daughters up at how much care was given individually with a lot of little kids running around. But excellent business. I 100% support it. It's what Kona needs, activities for the younger people to see that they can use their physical skills to such advantage. I completely support her getting her business going over there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Fallon, just state your name and where you live.
My name is Fallon and I'm from Kona.
Thank you.
I've been doing gymnastics since I could walk. Both my older sisters were in gymnastics, so I literally have grown up in the gym. I am now 12 years old and I am a level 5 gymnast. Gymnastics have taught me that I can do anything. Coach Annette and Coach Kyle have always been by my side. Not only do they teach me gymnastic skills, but they have taught me to never give up, to always do my best when no one is looking, to cheer my other teammates, and to hold my composure even if I fall off the beam, to take a breath and get back up there. They have made me one determined kid and on and off the floor. I am about to go to middle school and kids are mean. I need gymnastics and my teammates to get through the next stage of my life. We are a team and gymnastics is everything to me, so please don't close our gym.
Thank you. Thank you both. The next two speakers, Rebecca Villegas and Lakea Sanborn. Is Rebecca here? Is that Rebecca? Is that her? Yeah. Okay. I know she is. I mean, I don't know. Okay, so were you here when we swore everybody in?
I was online at the
You were
time, but I'm
online.
happy to do it again.
And Lakea, let's just swear you in to tell the truth today. I do.
I do.
Okay. So Rebecca, just state your name and where you're from, where you live.
Sure. Aloha, my name is Rebecca Villegas and I am the Hawaii County Council representative for District 7, in which this application pertains to. First off, I want to thank everyone for being here today. All these children who have had the courage and the passion to stand up and state how valuable the experience of studying gymnastics and learning under Coach Nanette has been. Unfortunately, this is kind of a bait and switch circumstance when the real issue is being confused. The property owner and gym owner have made no efforts to rectify the safety and permitting issues related to the property and structure the gym is currently operating in. They've had years to do so. Neither the property owner or gym have been able to provide a lease outlining their agreement on rent, facility upkeep, or who would be responsible for paying for the improvements they were directed to work on the first SUP application hearing. I'm still confused on how a tenant can get liability insurance for a gymnastics studio without having a lease for those premises that would have had to or should have been inspected by an insurance agent to ensure they had all the appropriate permits. This leads to safety, my concern for the safety and well-being of everyone utilizing this facility. The issue is not about closing the gym. Nobody wants to close the gym. That's a false narrative that's been told to these incredible young people, and I find it manipulative and quite tragic. We all want our keiki to continue practicing gymnastics and for Net's business to continue in a legal, safe, and healthy location. The landlord has accrued almost $200,000 in fines related to the illegal operations of 5 commercial businesses on his properties at this address. He makes big money as the landlord of these businesses, currently only pays agricultural taxes. This is a bait and switch, and was a business, Kona Aerials has been asked to shoulder the responsibility of applying for a special use permit instead of the landowner. That fact still confuses me. You've been put in a horrible and inappropriately manipulative circumstance. The gym does not need to close. Nanette has operated her gym in other locations for decades and can continue to do so in another location. The landowner, unfortunately, has a history, as my folders here indicate, skirting county land use laws. Having the gymnastics studio file for the special use permit was a strategic move to put the hundreds of surrounding landowners who have sued the landlord for illegal activities on this property in the horrible position of being perceived as opposing the gym instead of what this is really about. Unfortunately, or fortunately, in my role as county council representative for District 7, that's required for me to be here today. I'm here to try and ensure that you as the commissioners, the parents, and these incredible children hear the truth. And I'm asking that you please recognize this truth, hold the landlord accountable, and put a stop to this manipulative land use practices and vote accordingly. Should any of you like to have access to the notice of violations, to the fines, to the long history of illegal activities happening on these properties, I would be happy to share them with you. And with that, I thank you for your time and being here in this challenging role. I yield.
Do any of the commissioners have questions for her? No, okay. Then we're going to move on then to Lakia.
Oh, yeah.
Just state your name and where you live.
My name is Lakia Sanborn. I'm a father, one of the participants at Kona Aerials, and I was also a practitioner at the other nonprofit that's in jeopardy with this whole proceeding.
Okay.
So
will you speak into the mic for us so we can?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
In preparation for my testimony today, I thought it pertinent to ask myself why we are here. It's been brought to my attention that there are 2 nonprofits in jeopardy of losing the ability to continue to provide services to the community based on the land classification status of the area of which they reside. It's been said that the services in jeopardy do not adhere to the said land classification and should therefore be shut down. As a Kanaka Maoli and member of this community, I couldn't disagree more with the insinuation of these statements. When you look at the word agriculture, what are we suggesting by classifying this area as ag land? Agriculture, the science or practice of farming, including cultivation of the soil for the growing of crops and the rearing of animals to provide food, wool, and other products. Aina, that from which we eat. In my eyes, agriculture is not an industry classification. It's the essential existence of the relationship between humans, Kanaka, and Aina, the land. What happens to one happens to the other. As a parent, one of the most challenging issues of our time is the health and well-being of our communities. How do we educate and inspire our children to have better relationships with themselves and their surroundings? I want to read something that my daughter wrote on behalf of Kona Aerials. Aloha. Aloha, my name is Ilihia Kalelehua Sanborn. Kona Aerials is the first gym that I went to and felt welcome. Before I did gymnastics for fun, but then when my family started to have issues, gymnastics became an outlet for me to have fun. I recently got invited to the Excel team. The teachers there are very nice and push you to this limit, but never over. They modify certain things so that you eventually develop the skills needed to perform on apparatuses. I hope this can help you understand why we shouldn't close Kona Aerials. Mahalo. So to summarize, what my standing as a father in the community is, I've worked with both of the nonprofits that are in jeopardy with some of the claims that Rebecca is making. As a community member, it's easy to point to the past and be vindictive and have strong opinions. The tough part is, what are the solutions going to be? And as a parent and as an educator, I was a coach for a jiu-jitsu school that participated in one of the nonprofits that are on this
30
property.
seconds.
How many seconds?
30 seconds.
Okay. I see opportunities where there's schools. There's a school right next to that area. There's also other schools that have existing programs where students are allowed to use the facilities, and it helps motivate children to understand that what you put into your body is going to directly reflect how you perform. So, you know, in the Aloha Aina movement, they say what happens to the Aina happens to the Kanaka, what happens to the Kanaka happens to the Aina. So yes, there's been travesties that we've absorbed as Kanaka on this Aina. What we need to do is educate and give our kids the opportunity to motivate themselves to find solutions to these problems from the past and bring those solutions today and moving forward to the future. And I see that both nonprofits, I don't know if, so like when we're talking about what happens to the land, happens to the Kanaka, happens to the Kanaka, happens to the land. I don't know if you guys have been there and seen the changes in development of that area, but very healthy. And there's a lot of opportunities to do ag practices with students so that they can understand what it means to be healthy in their vehicles as an athlete, and also as a community member that's looking for opportunities to be able to better use these assets and resources so that they can have healthy solutions to the micro and the macrocosms. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have any questions for? So I think we have 2 testifiers online though. Is that right? We're done with our in-person here. Do we have Janice? Is there
Yes,
people?
we have Bob Hoxie on Zoom testifying for item 1.
Okay,
I've asked him to unmute.
thank you.
Aloha. My name's Bob Hoxie. I live in Kailua Kona, just Mauka of the property. And I was going to wait till after the presentation and stuff, but I think that the point I want to address, Rebecca Villegas also brought up. You know, I have no issue with Kona Aerials at all. I think they obviously provide a valuable service to the community. But the issue is that the applicants have shown no respect for the wider community with respect to this property, at least. You know, the kids have all talked about how they're taught, you know, positive values. Yet, you know, something that they're being taught right now is that, well, if you just, you know, want to do something, just do it. And who cares who it impacts? And I think that's what's happened in this property. I think in the end, you know, we should make sure that there's a place for Kona Aerials. So I'm not making any argument. And there's so many issues related to this property that I don't really want to go through them. Others in written testimony have brought them up. But the property does have a history of abusing the system to do whatever they want. The one issue I guess I want to highlight is the road that was built. And I'm assuming it was illegally built. I don't know whether or not, it sounds like there was no approval for it, but it was put in a location which is a very dangerous location. And they're proposing to keep that road as access to this facility. It's right next to the gulch, you know, which overflows many times. Some improvements have been made, so maybe it won't overflow as frequently, but there's a big guardrail right there. And I go up every day, multiple times sometimes, and I'm constantly, I have to stay behind the cars that go up there because they're going along at 30 miles an hour. They barely see, even when they know that it's coming, people are coming, that guardrail, the entrance to the driveway is so dangerous. They don't have their blinkers on. They just slam on their brakes, and we're just waiting for something to happen. It's just not a very safe way to access the property. There is a defined location for a road, you know, on the property map. And I don't know why. Okay, thank you. I don't know why that was done there. So I'd like to see something addressed to that. If you do approve, you know, if you do provide some temporary approval for this, there should be significant conditions to ensure that they provide safe access all fines are paid. Illegal development is either repaired or removed. And that approval is subject to no continuing violations. Because I think that,
Please
the owners
summarize.
of this property, the owners of this property are going to do what they're going to do with or without your approval. So, thank you.
Thank you. Was there one more testifier? Janice?
No, not to testify at this time.
Okay, so public testimony then is closed. We're having a staff presentation. Do we need to recess? We don't need a recess, right? Jessica Andrews, thank you.
Okay, we'll wait until the slideshow is ready. Janice, can I confirm that you see the slideshow as well? Do you see that?
It's loading to the full screen view. Yeah, right now I see your slides on the left side.
Okay, just let us know when it looks the way it should be.
Okay. Okay, I see the slideshow in presenter mode, so I can see the notes and the next slide showing.
Thanks, Janice. We're working on it.
Okay, thank you. It looks good, Jessica.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm going to present the staff presentation for this special permit application. Oops. Back up. Sorry about that. Alex, would you mind reversing to the second slide there? Thank you. Okay, the slide you're seeing is the location map showing the subject property in red. And you can see that it's in the North Kona district. So to summarize the applicant's requests, the applicant is requesting a special permit to legitimize the operation of a youth gymnastic and sports fitness facility and related improvements on a 2.3 acre portion of a 23-acre parcel that's located in the state land use agricultural district. And to convert the existing 12,600 square foot warehouse by obtaining all necessary permits for the proposed use. Additionally, to construct 38 parking stalls, including 2 ADA stalls. And to provide access to the permit area by a 12 to 15 foot wide, 1,000 foot long gravel driveway. Sorry, that just jumped ahead. And finally, to operate the youth gymnastics facility, the following hours: Monday through Friday, 2 to 7:30 p.m. and Saturday, 8 to 3 p.m. And the sports facility will operate Monday to Friday, 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Summer programs operate during summer school breaks from May to August, with gymnastics classes held Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. and Tuesday, Thursday, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. And this is all per the applicant's proposal. So just a little update from the last Leeward Planning Commission hearing on this matter. There were actually two hearings. One was fairly short, but the first one was on September 16th, 2021, in which the Leeward Planning Commission, or LPC, voted at that hearing to defer its decision on the matter until such time that the applicant has provided the engineering support requested by the commission. In other words, reports from a structural engineer determining whether the existing building and access driveway are safe for the proposed use. So that was what the commission requested of the applicant at that hearing. Subsequently, on October 28th, 2021, the applicant provided supplemental information to address the request of the LPC relating to engineering reviews of the structure and of the access for the requested use. Following that, on November 12th, 21, the Department of Public Works provided comments regarding the October 28th supplemental information, stating that, quote, "The letter regarding the access road does not appear to address all safety concerns," end quote, and that the building division, quote, "would not be able to approve occupancy unless all the required permitting, inspections, and agency approvals were received." And on November 18th, 2021, this is at the second hearing, the LPC chair announced at the hearing that the applicant had requested a postponement of the hearing date. And the chair indicated he had granted the request to allow the applicant more time to address concerns, including those of the Department of Public Works. Since we actually created this slide, there's been a couple more letters of communication that you should have in your packets. So there is a letter from the applicant dated May 4th, 2023, which is a response to DPW. And then there is a subsequent letter from DPW dated May 16th, which you have in your review information. Okay, so moving on to some of the maps and the background information of the site here. This site outlined in red is zoned, county zoning. It's designated agricultural 1 acre. And surrounding it, there's kind of a mix of zoning, mostly agricultural and single family residential. Agricultural 5 acre. There's just to the south of the property, there's a parcel designated RS10. Here, which is currently undeveloped, and then further to the south, there's a residential subdivision zoned RS 7.5, and to Mackay of the property, there's some more single-family residential designations. The state land use boundary map designates the property as agricultural. All of the green that you see is likewise agricultural. The pink designations is urban designation. And then finally, the general plan. So that's the County of Hawaii general plan or land use pattern allocation guide. LUPAG designates the property urban expansion. And Mackay of the property, there's some medium density urban, and just to Mauka of the property are important agricultural lands. This is the applicant's proposed site plan showing the larger map here showing the entire property. And you see the subject building that we're talking about, where the gymnastics facility is located here, and then a blow up version. And then this is the access road. And this actually shows the access road with its alignment, which is the proposed alignment. These drawings provided by the applicant show the floor plan and elevations. This shows there are two, as of the date of this drawing, there are two uses. Kona Aerials is located on the left, and this sports fitness facility is located on the right-hand side. There are also restrooms, which are exterior of the building, and they're currently at this time they're called portable structures because I believe they were brought in kind of as portable structures, and they're attached to the building, but they're part of the overall proposal to be permitted. Okay, this is a fairly recent aerial photograph showing the subject property outlined in red and the structure here. And this is Hualalai Road, which is the access road off of the highway. And as of the time of our latest site visit, the property was accessed down this road. This is the access driveway. And then the future alignment would cut through right here. These are site photographs showing the view on Hualalai Road in the general vicinity of the access drive. So you're looking west or in the Mackay direction on the left, and then Mauka on the right-hand side there. Site photographs here show the entrance gate to the subject property with a view of the existing buildings. So on this slide or photograph, what you're actually seeing is the adjacent properties structures over here. The access drive to Kona Aerials and the Kona Aerials gymnasium here. And then this driveway takes you to the gymnasium right there. And these are site photographs. These photographs were taken in 2021 at the time of the last hearings. So these photographs show you the gymnasium structure, and these are what I was trying to describe earlier as the restrooms or the portable buildings that are used as the restroom structures. This is the rear side of the structure and the parking area. So the Deputy Planning Director's recommendation is approval with conditions. And I just wanted to continue on because there were some revised conditions to go over, and you have those as a separate sheet in addition to the original recommendation. Oops, sorry. And, you know, this would be a good time just to clarify something about the process of this before we jump into the conditions. So just for everybody's understanding of the process that we're going through, the applicant has come in for a special permit because this use, which is a gymnasium and a sports fitness facility, is not an outright permitted use in the state land use agricultural district. So that sets up the reason for a special permit. The special permit is the first step in getting permits for this use and for the building. After the special permit is approved, the applicant will need to obtain the proper building permits as the next step for the building. The planning department can't actually sign off on building permits until this special permit goes through. So it's a sequential process that has to follow that phasing. Condition number 6, so kind of jumping now into the conditions. Condition number 6 of the original recommendation states as such.
So if you look at the condition that is part of the approval, it states that building permits for all existing and proposed structures and improvements, including water tanks, septic systems, and buildings to be used for the proposed use shall be obtained and finalized within 1 year from the effective date of this permit. And then to jump into the revised, the deputy director's revised conditions. So the deputy director recommends to revise these conditions in order to clarify timing. I'll just go through. So for condition number 5, the timing item is at the beginning of the condition. And so we would be replacing the first part, which is crossed out. Construction of the proposed development shall be completed within 5 years from the effective date of this permit. It would now state prior to applying for a building permit, the applicant shall secure final plan approval for the proposed development from the planning director in accordance with section 25270, which is the zoning code. And the plans shall identify all existing and proposed structures, fences, signage, water sources, potable and non-potable wastewater systems, fire protection measures, paved driveway access, and paved parking stalls, outdoor lighting, landscaping, and other improvements associated with the proposed development. Continuing on, condition 10, it also revises the timing to, instead of the previous version, which stated prior to certificate of occupancy, we would recommend within 5 years from the effective date of this permit, the applicant shall align the access driveway within the 60-foot wide future Kakalina Road extension, that alignment that we looked at earlier. And this alignment shall be noted on all future plans submitted to the county and shall be kept clear of any permanent structures. And finally, condition 17, adding an exception. So with the exception of condition number 10, the previous condition, an initial extension of time for the performance of conditions within the permit may be granted by the planning director upon the following circumstances. And the circumstances are as listed, remaining as originally proposed. That concludes my presentation. I'll hand the floor back to the chair.
Do commissioners have some questions? Yes, Commissioner Batusik.
Yes, just if you don't mind pulling up the slide with the aerial.
Yes. Alex, I'll request.
The aerial photograph showing the boundary, that one, correct. Just curious what the area north of the gymnasium is on the property. In the central part of the subject property, looks like some vehicles and stuff.
Sorry, we'll get that back here. Okay, so we're talking about, get my mouse working here. Well, my mouse doesn't seem to want to work. Just to the north of the structure. Yeah. I might have to ask the applicant to clarify what that is.
Is there any other special permits that exist on this property?
On this property, there's not.
Okay.
Yeah, are there any other questions? Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Dore.
Thank you. May I ask, what is the status of, there's a notice of violation that was issued, I believe it was on November 12th. What is the status of those violations? Have they all been addressed?
So of the notice of violations, Well, they still exist, and they are in the process of, they're in, basically I call it a limbo process because the applicant is currently applying for the special permit. I might ask Deputy Director Darrow to address this further.
So Commissioner Mahina, the first violation that was issued was November 27, 2020. A complaint came in for the processing of aggregate material in agricultural land. When the inspector was there doing an investigation, he observed this facility and the activity that was occurring. So that violation was issued. A follow-up inspection and follow-up letter was issued on February 12th, 2021, which is your planning department exhibit number 4. In that, there was an order, there was corrective action. One of them was to submit and receive approval of a special permit. We've been in that process for some time now, trying to get through the special permit. If this special permit is approved, they will be able to move on towards permitting of both the access as well as the structure. If it is not approved, they will need to cease and desist and relocate.
May I ask a follow-up question to Deputy Director? Am I understanding this correctly, that this special use permit would need to be approved in order for the applicant to move forward towards the recommended corrective actions? This is required and necessary for them to take action.
Correct. As Jessica had mentioned, that this particular use is not a permitted use within the state land use agricultural district. There is an avenue available through a special permit to make a use that's not permitted to become permitted. And the commission, it goes, if the particular use is under 15 acres, it will go through the planning commission for approval, and normally with a set of conditions that oversees them.
Commissioner Vatusic.
Are there any other notice of violations on the property?
There is, there's activity that's occurring on the remainder of the property. And that was referenced, the processing of aggregate material, mainly crushing of rock and quarry type activity. Currently, the planning department is in an appeal process with the applicant on that particular issue.
So I have a question too. So in moving this forward, in giving a positive look at this, if it goes forward, then it would be required for all of the other things to fall in place for him to, and as he's correcting them all, Kona Aerials would be allowed to continue classes.
Correct. They will have a period of time to come in with the building permits, plan approval, complete the access alignment, the Kakalina Extension Road, provide paved access as well as paved parking stalls, get the building permitted as a structure that is a gymnasium structure that it would meet building code and occupancy.
Thank you. Jessica?
Yeah, so that is condition 6 that we were talking about. That's the requirement to follow through with.
And that gives them 1 year to do this? What was the
Condition 6 allows them 1 year, but it also gives them On condition 17, which is the administrative time extension, it does not call out condition 6 as not being able to request an administrative time extension. It does call out condition 5, which is the condition or a condition 10, I'm sorry, relative to the paving of the access road, which needs to be done within 5 years. That's not to say there isn't an access currently. This is the proposed alignment that is spelled out in the North Kona Community Development Plan that goes through the property.
I had a question.
Yes, Commissioner Knowles.
Deputy Director, you touched on it, but condition 17, can you speak a little bit to why the planning department feels it's reasonable to provide this 5-year extension option? I mean, it seems like.
Sure. Things happen, especially going through permitting processes, delays occur that, and it may not just be through that process. It may be outside circumstances that were beyond the control of the applicant. I mean, COVID is a good example. That just really messed up everybody being able to move forward with their projects. The economic downturn that occurs, but in most cases, it has something to do with a permit getting stuck somewhere. And they are working very hard to try to get that permit through, but it's beyond their control. And so they request that one-time administrative extension that's available in the permit.
But the gym will be able to continue to operate without the necessary building permits and all of those things in the interim.
True. So what will happen is, given the circumstances, let's say that after 1 year, they've submitted their permit. It's in building department or it's in process somewhere, because there's a number of agencies that it has to go through, and they are not able to meet that deadline. They can request the administrative time extension for a period not to exceed what was originally granted. So that would be 1 additional year. If after the 2nd year, they're still stuck, they would have to come back to the Planning Commission to request additional time.
That's good. Okay, go ahead.
The other question I had was and Jessica, I think you mentioned it, the back and forth between DPW and the applicant. And so we left it on the May 16th letter that still seemed to have some concerns around sort of signage and safety on the property, as well as
We're going to have the applicant's presentation too. He's going to address some of that, I think.
okay.
Go ahead.
I thought we might have someone from DPW here who could clarify.
I believe we have Robin Matsumoto from DPW who could clarify.
Great. I just would like to be 100% clear. Hi, Robin.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So just to let you know, we have a notice of violation on the property dated from, I believe, 2020. There's been no corrective action, and the grading complaint was based on material being added to the Waiaha drainage way. We have requested a no rise certification from their engineer, which they've attempted to submit, but it hasn't met our requirements yet. So there is an open grading violation. There is a right-of-way permit for the driveway access, which hasn't been complete. Construction hasn't been completed in terms of a final inspection, but I guess if they're required to change the access point, we'll get a new permit request for that.
Yeah, I'm writing that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And we also have Mr.
Mike.
Kelly Wilson with DPW. Oh,
Sure. I have a question for Robin. This is Mike Vitusik.
Okay,
Good to see you.
good to see you too.
Is the area where grading violation is that on the location of the access to the Kona aerials?
Yeah, that's basically the driveway that they're using in there. They've brought fill material. And so we're trying to get it certified that that hasn't adversely affected the drainage way. But
So-
we haven't
so
gotten
the-
the documentation we needed.
So the driveway crosses the drainage way
Correct, yeah.
and the violation is on the driveway crossing the drainage way.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, we also have Mr. Kelly Wilson, who's the deputy.
Madam Chairman, may I
Yes.
ask a question of
Oh.
Robin as well?
He's with DPW, so I just was trying to bring him into the meeting if we. Is it for DPW? Yes, okay.
Thank you for being here. My question is, can you please describe or help explain what are the potential negative effects of the area that is in violation?
Jessica, would you be able to bring up the flood map?
We might have to work on that a little bit, Robin. It
Okay.
wasn't part of the presentation, but we
Yeah,
do have
no
it.
problem, no problem. Or you can bring maybe the access route.
On an aerial photograph.
Yeah, like the one that they have their proposed new access that aligns across the street on Holalai.
Maybe the site map.
Okay,
Site
yeah.
plan. Or this one actually might be the most illustrative because it shows the existing road right here, which is
So-
access.
So
or sorry,
basically,
the alignment.
Okay, hopefully we can do this. So with their access coming in across the road and coming down to the Kona aerial gym, the special hazard floodway, the drainage way actually crosses diagonal across the two properties. And so
that's-
based on some of the site photos that the engineer provided, there looked to be, brand new gravel material brought in as stated for maintenance. And so we're trying to get a certification saying that the material brought in hasn't adversely affect the drainage way. So basically bringing in more material, you didn't raise the drainage way, you didn't block it, and we're still trying to get that certification.
Thank you.
I'm not sure we addressed
Sorry.
Commissioner Paishon Dart's question. If you don't mind restating it.
Thank you. I want to understand if there were what might be potential negative environmental impacts with the cited violation site.
Well, the
If it's not corrected, if not rectified, what might be some of the negative
like every floodway, the potential impact is that if there is a big storm and the water comes through the drainage way, if it's been adversely affected, it could spread out wider. It could back up. It's unknown at the time because we don't have that certification showing what type of changes have been done.
So what is the process of certification?
They hired a licensed civil engineer and they have to provide technical data supporting that the material brought in hasn't adversely affected. So typically it's cross-section drawings that are showing quantities of material being removed and material brought in. And it should be either zero difference or a negative amount of material being added to the drainage way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Does Mr. Kelly Wilson, did you want to comment on anything since you're here with us? If you press your button on the right, yeah, speak into the mic for us.
Kelly Wilson, DPW Deputy Building Chief. DPW Building Division does have a complaint notice violation, DPW 21-098. That was for additional work that was unpermitted to the structure. The original permit was for an ag building, a U occupancy. The only inspection that they've had was for the foundation. There's been no other inspections performed on the building. There's been no electrical plumbing permits pulled. There are restrooms up there. I do not know if those are hooked up to any sort of a septic system, so DOH might have a issue with the system up there. The original permit of BK 2019-01023 is expired because of the conditions of section 54554 for expiration. It was a contractor pulled permit. They have 3 years to complete the build, and that would have expired on 7/3 of 2022, excuse me. And they have not shown any additional work that is required to be shown every 180 days. So new permits are required for the building division.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Okay. Thank you both for the presentation. We're going to move on to the
One last thing I just remembered.
Commissioner Batista.
The fire flow, is that something that you guys would establish?
That would be under the new permit, since it would go from a U to an A occupancy, the fire department would address it at that time.
Okay.
So depending on the occupant load, it may or may not require to be even sprinkled. But the fire protection would be required.
Gotcha. And in one of the previous correspondence indicated that there wasn't adequate water supply, but then there was a recent hydrant put in. Is that something that you can comment on?
I have no information on that.
Are there any more questions? If not, we're going to move on with the applicant's presentation. Thank you very much. So will the applicant's representative come forward? Thank you. You to raise your right hand and swear to affirm to tell the truth on the matters before the Leeward Planning Commission.
I do.
Okay. So please speak directly into the mic. You're going to have to turn yours on. Hers, yeah, okay. And, right, so you're familiar with all the revisions and all the recommendations and, all right, please proceed.
Aloha kako, John Pippin, Land Planning, Hawaii. I live near about Honoka'a. Aloha, Chair DeFranco, Planning Commissioners. Thank you all so very much for your time, your effort, your dedication to this crucial process. Since our first meeting with this body nearly 2 years ago, we have been working with professionals, architects, engineers to address the concerns brought up by the Commission. You've received those materials. I trust you've reviewed them. All seem to indicate that the structure is fine for occupancy, for the proposed occupancy from a licensed Hawaii architect. Civil engineer has also commented on the condition of the road. Now, if there are still lingering concerns about actual administrative processes that need to occur with that road, we can talk about that a little bit more. Part of the difficulty to date has been clearly separating the proposed special permit use and activities occurring on the remainder of the 23-acre property, as we've been discussing. We're not here necessarily to evaluate the entire property and any alleged violations that might be occurring there. We're here to implement Rule 6.7 of the Planning Commission rules to evaluate the proposed use against the established criteria for evaluating a special permit, sorry. Our environmental report and the deputy director's recommendation report evaluate all of those criteria in detail and come to the conclusion that the proposed use does meet the criteria for granting the special permit, hence the favorable recommendation. Further, the proposed conditions would allow the applicant to address any remaining issues with firm deadlines to completion. As we've discussed, condition 5 requires securing final plan approval. This is the first step prior to applying for the building permits. Plan approval would lay out the access, would lay out the parking, would lay out landscaping, et cetera, so forth, fences. All of that would have to be approved, right? This is a stepwise process. First comes the special permit, then comes plan approval. Then condition 6 would require the building permits to be finalized again within 1 year. And we've already discussed a licensed architect has evaluated this structure and deemed it safe. Currently, all grubbing and grading work has stopped on the property for nearly a year. I visited the property several times. I've never had any concerns about safety or hazards on the property. It's always looked in good shape and adequate for its use, its intended use. And any further work on the driveway and the parking will have to comply with Chapter 10 grubbing and grading and any no-rise certifications that DPW requires. That will have to be addressed. So instead of delaying this application further, we'd respectfully request the approval of this permit with the proposed conditions, which would again require everything to be approved and permitted within 1 year or an additional year with an administrative time extension for certain extenuating circumstances. So I feel this project is safe. I wouldn't hesitate bringing my 5-year-old daughter to participate in classes here. In fact, you know, despite living an hour and a half away, I think we're going to Saturdays at the very minimum. I see the benefit that it has to these kids, and you see it too. So we have the opportunity here to help out 2 Hawaii-based nonprofits dedicated to providing West Hawaii with the facilities and training to foster personal growth, health, and wellness. And not only these programs benefit the health and wellness physically, they foster community and teach valuable life lessons. And with the protective conditions in place and consistency with the established evaluation criteria, I can see no logical reason to deny this use. And please just imagine having to try to explain to the kids of Kona Aerials why this was shut down. So with that, I trust you'll make the right decision, and we respectfully request your approval with the stated conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. And, you know, I can hear and see all the good intentions, and the intentions of the landowner is to correct these things, is to work closely with the commitment that you're making to us today to correct the drainage, the roads, the permitting process, the bathrooms, all of that within a year. So it's the intentions. It's not Kona Aerials that is going to be doing all of this. Is that right?
So Kona Aerials is responsible for these conditions, and the entire Kona Aerials community will make sure that it's done because they don't want to be shut down. They will ensure that the landowner complies and satisfies these requirements.
Okay. Do any of the Commissioner?
Also curious, there also is the other nonprofit business that is affiliated. Is it a joint responsibility between the two?
Yes, yes, correct. Mr. Elisaga, Darren, he was here this morning. He wanted to speak, but due to time constraints and the break in the schedule, he had other business to attend to this afternoon. But, you know, if these conditions aren't complied with, they both lose their space. So they have incentive to bring all of their community to support and to get this pushed through properly.
Commissioner DeWard.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Is there a valid existing lease agreement with the primary landowner and lessee applicant?
Defer to the applicant.
Our agreement is verbal and we're very comfortable with that. And I believe that that is my right to have a verbal lease and not have something written. We're family. A lease would cloud that up.
And Commissioner, we sort of went over this when you weren't on the commission, and these are private matters that they have between each other. Yeah. Okay.
Can I clear something up? One of the things that was stated was that my program could relocate. Obviously, the history of my program is not known. I have outgrown my facilities. The last facility I was in, I had to leave it because they sold the building and there was nowhere else to go. There is not a building in Kona that can hold what we do. We have right now a facility that can accommodate Olympic training. We have girls that are setting up for scholarships right now. The fact that someone stated that I didn't have insurance, they should really do their homework also, because of course I have insurance. I've had the same policy for 34 years with K&K Insurance Company, and she's welcome to see it if she needs to. But I just wanted to clear up those things.
Thank you.
Because they make us look really bad.
Yeah.
And we are doing everything we can to comply and to do it right.
Yeah.
And we are getting hit with things that have nothing to do with us. And to me, that feels like we're being scrutinized. And I don't feel that's right for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
My question, although I think it's outside of your area, it relates more to the parcel and what's happening on the parcel. Maybe John, if you could answer what's happening in the area. It looks like a commercial base yard, construction base yard.
So yes, thanks for the question. I can attest to what I saw when I toured the property in January. And I saw nurseries, I saw orchard, I saw compost piles and mulch piles. I did see construction work, not ongoing, but construction work obviously having been done not too long ago in the flood channel, which was actually functioning as a large sediment basin. And I know what those look like. I helped to install over 100 of them in Pelican Bay watershed about 15 plus years ago, part of that Recovery Restoration Act. You slow down the water, you let it pool up, the sediment falls out to the bottom. And they're left with this wonderful deposit of topsoil that they can then take out of the channel and incorporate into their plantings. So that's what I saw. I saw no ongoing large machines working. I saw people watering plants. I saw abundant papayas on the trees. I was actually jealous.
Is there storage of machinery happening in that location?
Storage of what? Sorry.
Of machinery?
I saw one parked like rock crusher. I don't know. I didn't see like a base yard or anything like that.
Is there like temporary office buildings that are being stored on the location?
I didn't see anything like that. I was mainly there to look at the access, visit Kona aerials. You know,
is there anybody that can comment on whether that area is being used as a construction base yard? Oh, I guess before we get there, could I ask the county if use of agricultural land as a construction base yard is a permissible use?
Thank you, Commissioner Fatusek. This is, as I mentioned, we're in an appeal with the landowner in regards to a violation notice that was issued for, among other things, rock crushing, processing of aggregate, and part of that is a base yard. But keep in mind that, you know, in an appeal process, there's the outcome, right? And we haven't gotten to that point. We've issued a notice of violation. They're appealing that process. They do have a CLOMAR, conditional letter of map revision, to be able to do the flood channel work. They also had a grading permit. My understanding is that it's still, that's another issue in regards to Department of Public Works, and I believe that's also in appeal. But as part of that flood channel work, it included a number of construction vehicles that needed to be utilized, whatever it may be, dozers and rock haulers and all kinds of materials. So, you know, it's hard to, in relation to that ongoing work versus now for a period of time, I didn't see any agricultural activity on the property. And as John had mentioned, now all of a sudden there is quite a bit of agricultural activity that's being conducted on the property. And part of those vehicles that are on the property are being utilized for agricultural activities. But it's again, it's not an easy yes or no black and white answer at this
In
point.
terms of construction base yard, is construction base yard a permitted use, if not respective of this
No.
project?
It would not.
No, construction
Yeah,
base
I
yard
mean-
is not a permitted use.
No, it would not be a permitted. If we had a contractor that was using a piece of agricultural land as their base yard, they would be issued a violation. And we would ask them to relocate or to come in for a special permit.
And as part of the ongoing notice of violation and appeals process, has there been any effort to account for the total acreage that is being used for non-agricultural uses that would then require a special use permit?
Not in the sense of specific acreage. Basically, we just identify the activity occurring on this parcel. There are specific areas that were highlighted in the notice of violation where activity was occurring. But again, it gets difficult to separate based on the fact that we have an ongoing flood channel project going. And that does take quite a bit of machinery and activity that occur in association with it.
My understanding was the flood project had stopped. Is that correct?
Correct.
After
And
the
I
Supreme
think that's
Court
what
ruling,
John
yeah.
was referring to, that the activity had ceased.
So my question there on the overall acreage is that if a special permit is under 15 acres, that doesn't trigger state land use approval.
Correct.
And if we're looking at it piece by piece by piece, each individual project may be under that 15 acres. But if collectively there are enough special permits and special use that are in limbo, could we then reach something over than 15 acres for this 23-acre parcel that would trigger state land use?
Yes, and that's happened in the past, where a particular project had accumulatively increased over 15 acres and we required.
So what we're talking about right now, though, is 2.3 acre portion, right? That's what's on the table for us.
Correct, but it's on a parcel where there are ongoing issues. And so if we look at it individually, you can piece it out, but that's the whole issue with cumulative impact and how something can raise above that level. So
Right.
that's where that question comes from.
Okay.
Chair.
Is there a way that we can condition this so that if the appeals come back and indicate that the surrounding uses also require special permit, and that it's clear that this parcel is kind of a non-conforming use where we're doing all these activities, that they would either have to seek a special permit from state land use or seek rezoning?
That's a tough one to condition. I think the process itself will have its outcome that will give direction both to the department as well as the applicant. It's either going to agree with the applicant in regards to their claims that what they're doing is allowed and permitted under the state land use agricultural district, or it's going to say that it's not permitted and require them to come in if they wanted to continue that particular use to come in for a special permit.
And who would make that determination?
The Board of Appeals.
Okay.
If I may provide a comment relative to the cumulative impact discussion. That's not a criteria for looking at for evaluating a special permit. That would apply in a special management area permit. But again, here, the special permit Is it unusual, reasonable? Does it further the state land use laws for agricultural districts? And then there are A through G further considerations that may be taken into account. None of those is the cumulative impact of surrounding uses as well. The such use shall not be contrary to the objectives sought to be accomplished by the land use law and regulation. B, the desired use shall not adversely affect surrounding properties. C, such use shall not unreasonably burden public agencies to provide roads, streets, sewers, etc. D, unusual conditions, trends, and needs have arisen since the district boundaries and regulations were established. E, the land upon which the proposed use is unsuited for the uses permitted in the district. F, the proposed use will not substantially alter or change the essential character of the land and the present use. And G, the request will not be contrary to the general plan and the CDP for or applicable design plans. So each of these elements was evaluated carefully, both in our report and again in the department's, the deputy director's recommendation report. It was found to be consistent with each of these criteria, hence the positive recommendation.
I think Commissioner.
Yes.
Has a question.
Go ahead.
You go. You're on a roll. You go.
Sure. My question then for Deputy Director Darrow, if a parcel is 23 acres and there are several special use permits, all under 15 acres that combine to being 23 acres, would that meet the criteria of 6.8, the decision of whether it's land use, state land use or county?
Once a particular property has land area that is conditioned or approved under a special permit that exceeds 15 acres, whether it's one permit or several, we will send it up to the Land Use Commission. Now,
does that retroactively include ones that were already approved? Do they then have to go back to State Land Use Commission?
Again, I haven't seen this. I've only seen it occur one other time, and the use was similar in the sense that the use expanded. I haven't seen one where there were multiple permits for different uses on a particular property. And that would be a difficult call, obviously. I think we would come to the point that if it got to that point, we would tell them that you would need to take this up to the Land Use Commission, even though they may be only requesting a small area because the land area has exceeded our jurisdiction.
You have a question? Oh, Commissioner Knowles.
John, can you speak briefly to the concerns of the DPW that were raised here today?
Yeah, certainly. Thank you, Commissioner Knowles. Mainly, I understand their concerns to be about the no rise and elements that they'd like to see added to the site plan, which we attempted to provide them. Again, this is order of operations type of situation where the exact placement of the access drive and any fences is not set in stone. It's all conceptual until we get final plan approval. And then we work on those necessary permits to actually install. Now, in this case, some things have gotten a little ahead of the cart and horse scenario. So we're working to say, okay, this is the proposed state. This is the proposed use. This is where we want everything to go. And then the proper permits. We don't have approval for, the placement of everything yet. So we can't develop site-specific mitigations in terms of signage or flaggers when we don't know exactly where the construction is going to be. You know what I mean? So I see it as clearly an order of operations. You start at a larger scale. You start at 30,000 foot elevation and say, okay, this is, if we kind of squint our eyes, this is where the blocks look like they're going to go. That's the conceptual. That's what's required at special permit phase. We're presenting conceptual plans. Then the next step is to submit for final plan approval, where those things get concrete, but you're still at a a pretty high elevation, a few hundred feet elevation. You're saying, okay, this is the area, this is the use. Then you submit for actual work on the ground, grubbing, grading, building permits. So that's when you get down to the nitty gritty. So we're still at that kind of being pulled between the conceptual and the actual final plan approval stage. And we'd like to make that leap. We can't get that final plan approval until the special permit is granted, though. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I think yes, it makes sense. I feel that there's a bit of a subtext happening, and I'm just trying to tease out what that is. Because it seems like the gym is being used very actively. And so, yes, you have to wait for us to do our work, but at the same time, these things are happening there every day. And so I hear some concern in the DPW sort of analysis of wanting to get a little bit more information and resolution of some things currently, even as this process continues. So that's what I'm trying to tease out.
Yeah, so my understanding is the landowners were operating under a approved grading plan, which included work on the flood control structure, and that allowed them to realign the access driveway to its current temporary location.
Right.
Now, they provided the engineers' opinions about its compliance with flood zone regulations in terms of no rise, the amount of material removed equals the amount of material applied. So whether or not that's to the satisfaction of Department of Public Works, still yet to be seen. You know, there's some additional work to be done there, but I think that we can do that with deadlines. With if we're just continuing to delay, there's no real hard deadline to get these things done. So it just kind of lingers, right? We don't want this to linger any longer. It's hanging over all of our heads. We'd like to get everything approved, and the first step to that is approving the special permit.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fatusik.
Sure, mentioning delays. So there was a November 18th, 2021 letter from the Department of Public Works. And then the response from the applicant was May 4th, 2023. Can you explain why the applicant delayed for 2 years?
We were hoping that the other issues on the property would resolve themselves in that time. We were waiting. We were, you know, keeping our, I was speaking with Deputy Director Darrow frequently, trying to get a sense of where that process was. I'm not representing the landowner in any of those processes, so I'm outside of that conversation. We're outside of that conversation. We wanted to come back to the commission with all of those other issues completely resolved. That hasn't been able to occur. So that's why we're here after such a long delay. It does no service to the community, to the children, to keep this in limbo, right? So at this point, we'd like to bring it back up. We think that with the proposed conditions, we can work on this deadline and get
So just to follow up, the delay was because the applicant and the landowner weren't able to communicate on fixing the issues that needed to be fixed?
So not necessarily. So I'm not representing the landowner in any other capacity. I'm working with Kona Aerials, and it's a complicated issue, right? There's appeals going on, and perhaps better communication could have, you know, I think we would still be at this position regardless.
So, I mean, what I perceive some of the worry on the part of the commission is that the applicant doesn't have control over the land outside of the special permit area, and that there are conditions on the special permit that require action outside of the special permit area, like the reconstructing of the road, the driveway studies, and all those kind of things. And what I think the commission really wants to know is if we put these conditions on to allow the gymnastics to proceed, the gymnasium exercise area to proceed, how do we be sure that the applicant and the landowner can allow them to move forward?
Yeah, you have to have some faith that this team can work together to continue this use that the community values so much, right? They're in this limbo, and arguably they could exist in this limbo forever. We don't want that. We want to get the building permitted. We want to get the violations that are associated with the use cured by the special permit. So,
but you can see where it's more difficult to have faith in an after the fact process with existing multiple notices of violation where.
I think so.
Maybe I can address this.
Sure.
So this is a very difficult situation. It involves one landowner, several violations. As you've noticed in our report, we didn't go into depth or any detail regarding activities outside of the request that's before the commission at this point. Number one, that is separate from this, although it is connected, but it is a separate request. Number two, there is areas that affect this permit that you're speaking to, one of them mainly being access. So that particular issue that we're dealing with through the Board of Appeals, it was a violation issued by the department for what the department viewed as violations of the state land use law, right? Activities occurring on the property that were not permitted, right? Either stop, cease, relocate, come in for a special permit, whatever. One of those was a construction base yard. That was one of them. There were vehicles there, all types of vehicles. Another was the rock crushing activity. We were getting complaints of rock coming in, being crushed, taken out. We were getting complaints of, just different things, right? So we issued our violation. The applicant has appealed that. They have that right.
The applicant?
I'm sorry, the owner. Yeah, the landowner. Until that's resolved, my understanding is the applicant the landowner in that particular process. I mean, as we all know, you're not guilty until you go through the process and a decision is made. The department felt one way, we issued a violation. The applicant feels, or the landowner feels another way and is appealing that process. It has been a long process. It's not just planning. There's also Department of Public Works involved in this with the issues going on with what was spoken about, the material that's been brought in. When we first met on this subject back in September, this was a lot of the issues we're speaking to get today were similar issues back then. One of the possible solutions to this issue regarding safety of the access was to consider utilization of the emergency access road that does not go through the flood channel until such time that they did get their permits and secure the access through the flood zone. So that is an option still available for the commission if they feel uncomfortable moving forward with the particular access point and the safety issues there until such time that that particular access is permitted. So that is a subject, but again, it is a difficult issue. We have two separate matters that are occurring. The applicant has been hoping that the other issue would be resolved before coming back, but there came a point where they couldn't wait anymore. Thank you.
I have a question. So to your point about using the emergency access road, which I didn't see, but maybe we can see it on the map.
Yeah,
Would that
they
be
showed
a
it to us on the
condition
map.
that we would just add here?
Yes, that's one of our options that we talked about before. Was if this presented something that was a way for us to resolve it without them using that other road until the gravel and got all the permits on engineering on that, that they would use the other road, and it comes from the top down, and it's paved, isn't it? Is that right?
Correct. My
Paved?
understanding is it's a paved 10-foot
Right.
wide road, and we had spoken about possible pullouts back then. It would be good to hear from the applicant in regards to that, but most definitely we could consider a condition that could take care of that.
Can you speak to that, please, John?
Yes, thank you. The emergency access we've identified occurs Malcolm-Mackay on the south boundary of the property, also connecting to Hualalai Road, nearer to the Department of Water Supply tank. And it also serves as an easement for a Department of Water Supply line, which to Commissioner Vituzik's earlier question is 18-inch line connected to a fire hydrant that exists very close, very nearby the actual facility. So there is adequate fire flow, and we cleared that up with Department of Water Supply previously. The access, the paved emergency access that we're discussing is not sufficient for full access currently. That's why we've identified it for emergency access. It's not wide enough to comfortably accommodate two-way traffic as it is. So I feel like instead of requiring improvements to this emergency access to provide an interim solution to another interim access, it makes more sense to just clear up any considerations with the proposed interim access instead of having a double interim, and retain it as emergency access should there be flood concerns with the main access.
Commissioner
Coach,
Kuzic?
Coach, would the Coach Nanette, would the access, the emergency access, would that work for you guys or no? Temporarily?
It would, but you could only go one lane.
Is it?
It's what, like 8 feet wide, maybe?
Yeah, it's narrow. It's not wide enough.
It's quite narrow,
Permit two-way traffic.
but it definitely is an access, and it's out of the flood zone, which the building is too. And if there ever was a problem, we have an access road to exit from. I mean, it's there, and that's partly what it's there for.
But it wouldn't be adequate currently for temporary use.
I think it would be very difficult to use it.
Okay.
Any other questions? Are you gonna move for an executive?
I believe we have a motion on the floor already that was deferred from the last meeting. Does that still stand?
Don't have a motion.
We made a motion at the last meeting to,
I'll defer.
no, we made a motion to approve. Commissioner Kanuha made a motion to approve at the last meeting. And then there was a motion made to defer. It was approved and seconded, and there was a secondary motion to defer.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor right now to approve. Is that?
That'd be my question for Sinclair.
I don't know the answer. We're gonna.
Can you remove?
Who's it here?
No,
I
yeah,
wasn't here,
nobody's
so-
here, I don't think. But that was in the minutes that we reviewed. I can look that up if you need. We have a,
Can we just make a motion to withdraw, please, and then we can redo it then?
that could work, yeah.
Okay, so you want to make a motion to renew the motion?
I move that we renew the motion to approve regarding applicant. Do you want me to read it all in?
So we need a second.
I have it here. amend the motion, please, Michelle. Bear with us.
I guess the question is whether the motion that was on the floor and then was
Deferred.
continued,
Right.
if that's still active, or if someone just wants to make a new one. Okay,
I move that the application for special permit docket number SPP 21-000227 be approved based on the deputy planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
Conditions.
And that motion include the revised conditions set forth by the planning department in their supplemental recommendation.
We need a second.
I'll second for the purpose of discussion.
All right, so the motion is on the table. It's been seconded and it's open for discussion now.
I have something. I know you're thinking of something, but I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the extension, the 5 years. It doesn't sit well with me, and I'm putting it back on to you other commissioners to sort of let me know what you're thinking about that. I think it's too long, given how much time this has taken and some of what I perceive, frankly, unfortunately, to be delays on the part of the applicant.
I would respond to that is that it's sort of a normal, this looks like normal language to me of how they do it. They have 1 year to actually do something, right? And if they've, go ahead.
But then they have the opportunity to come back for an extension.
Yeah, but they have to complete the final plan approval.
So
Within
maybe
the
if I
first-
can,
Yes.
just real quickly. So normally our standard condition for a project that has not been constructed, correct, is 5 years with the ability of an administrative time extension. In this particular case, that's not the issue. Construction has been done, but they need to come in for a change of use permit before the Department of Public Works. So condition 6 says 1 year. And then they have the ability of 1 additional year, not 5. So the condition of 5 years applies only to condition 10 to realign Kakalina extension. And there is no administrative time extension for that. In condition 17, we've eliminated condition 10 from allowing a time extension.
So that has to deal with that road. Yeah.
Yes.
And I just wanted to clarify that with the 4 commission members present, maybe Sinclair could provide us that information, but my understanding is that there would have to be a unanimous vote for us to pass this at this time. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner Batusik, that is correct. In order for this board to conduct any action to approve or deny, it needs a vote of at least 4 members.
And is there any restrictions on the applicant from reapplying if the special permit is rejected?
If the commission, is this your question? If the commission denies the permit today, are there any restrictions on the applicant from applying again in the future? I'm not aware of any prohibition on that right now, but I haven't looked into that issue specifically. I know there are other land use permissions that state that you cannot apply for another year, but I'm not aware of any for special permit right now.
So we've listened to our whole community come forward to talk about the importance of this going forward and in an uninterrupted class schedule for the kids, the mothers, carpools, car care, everything. And I think I mean, I can speak for myself. I mean, we see that, we feel that, we support that. But the question has been for all of us to become clear. And I became rather clear today with the statement of this is the first step for them to comply with all the other things, right? So this, in granting this to go forward today, that puts them in a year deadline to have their final plan approved and to see if this is actually going to happen and whether they're going to correct the road. And I liked hearing from the community that it would be the pressure of Kona Aerials to make sure this happens for us. I think that they have the dedication to make sure this gets done. So this is how I'm feeling toward it. I feel all the other frustrations for everything else also, and why nothing really has been done in the 2 years this has been going on in front of us, that some of these corrections haven't already been made. I sorry about that, but I do feel that, you know, listening to the commitment of the kids, certainly the pressure they put on their parents, and even from the parents and the teachers, that to lose this opportunity for our kids of Kona and the kids of Hawaii is not such a good thing. I think that we need to give our kids this opportunity and look and see how we can, if there's still things that are bugging you or something, that we come to some way to put it on paper so we feel comfortable going forward. That's what I hope we can attain together. Commissioner Dward.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my fellow commissioners for all their comments and questions. It's been very illuminating. I too am an advocate for education and the role of community, raising all of our children. I actually, because I was not privy to all information, and yes, I received, you know, the packet that described earlier correspondences and so forth. I still have some other questions that are sensitive in nature, and I would love the opportunity to consult with our attorney in an executive session, if that's a possibility.
So we want to call for an
Make a
executive
motion.
session then?
I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session to consult with its attorney regarding questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities pursuant to HRS 92-5.
A second.
Okay, so we have a move to go into an executive session, which means that we're going to go or they're going to leave. It's a 5-minute recess before the executive session. And then we stay here and do this.
Yeah, we're gonna close everyone.
Okay, so we're going to take this as an executive session and just ask you for 5 minutes. How long? Okay, so we're going to take a break for 5 minutes and then we're going to go into an executive session. And when we're done, we will have to let you know.
Janice, are you still with us? Janice?
I think Janice left too because she's not. So are you okay using the PowerPoint? Yeah, well, we'll see how. Okay, we're out of water. No water. I will find water.
So can we talk or we still, we can't talk until we have a. Oh. Okay.
No, I can stay now. Oh, you can? I got coverage. We can sleep here.
No, I'm leaving at 3. I'm leaving at 3:30.
You are.
They didn't put it down because she'd already doing it.
Oh my God.
It's over. It is. It's over at 3:30. It is. It's over at 3:30. I have to go too.
Sis.
There's no. We're not.
We're gonna get done.
Well, with this, we have all the other things. Yeah, that's very good. We're still on one.
We're gonna have all the kids come.
Do we have Zoom on? Are we? Up and
Yes, we're live on Zoom.
Okay, so it's 2:08. We're gonna reconvene. Applicant Kona Aerial Gymnastic Team Incorporated.
Chair, I'm going to go ahead and withdraw the motion that's currently on the floor so that we can go into further fact finding.
So Commissioner Fatuzek?
Sure. One of the questions for the planning department that came up in executive session was, so special permit rule 6-3 D states a certificate of clearance from the county director of finance stating that real property taxes and all other fees relating to the subject parcel have been paid and there are no outstanding delinquencies. Does that apply to the fees, the fines for the notice of violations that have occurred?
It does not. It's a requirement for an application to be submitted. And my understanding that since Epic has come on board, that the planning department does that versus the applicant. So they will check. Part of our review before accepting the application is making sure that the property is up to speed on their taxes. But
So
it does
taxes
not.
and then all other fees relating to the subject property.
Yeah, we normally don't do fines, but even in this particular case, as we had mentioned, the applicant had paid their fines.
Okay, so the applicant was assessed a fine instead of the landowner, and the applicant has paid their fine.
Yeah, again, there's two separate matters going on. The other matter has fines that are separate from this one. And so that one, this particular fine has been paid.
Thank you. So do we have other questions or do we want to make a new motion? Mhm. Gonna do it.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make a new motion. I move that the application for special permit docket number SPP 21-000227 be approved based on the deputy planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted to include the planning department's revised conditions.
And
Then we need a second. And then we will go ahead.
Second.
so now we're going to have a discussion. Thank you.
Chair Vatusek.
Commissioner Fatuzek?
Thank you.
Okay.
What's that? Good to go?
Yeah.
Okay. For me, seeing the tenacity of your students and the community coming forward, is very moving, right? And it's obvious that they've been instilled with a drive for excellence. And I hope you understand that our job here is to provide that same level of excellence in what we're doing and doing the best that we can. Now, that being said, we find ourselves in a difficult situation. And trying to find a path forward where you can continue to do what you're doing all these years, but do it in compliance with the land use laws, zoning, all that kind of stuff. What gives me pause is not understanding how we can put a condition on you as the applicant to do something on the landowner's property without their buy-in on it. But I guess we're just going to have to trust that you can get that done. But, hold on. It's going to have to get done in a timeline that we all agree on. And from my perspective, if it's not done, at that point, the permit would have to be withdrawn. So what I'm proposing is that we put together a time frame that we both agree on for meeting these conditions. And if you can't meet those conditions, the permit would go away. It would be rescinded automatically. My suggestion is that we look at the sequential approvals. After the special permit is issued, next step would be plan approval. After that, the change of use permit, then the final inspection certificate of occupancy. So figuring out a reasonable amount of time where you can make the submittals to the appropriate governmental agencies to address those 3 submittals. And at each step, if that's not met, the permit is rescinded. Now, I want to have leeway for you guys to do it and do it on your time frame, understanding that government approvals are slow. We don't want the government approval process to hinder your time frame. So we'd like to limit, I personally would like to limit the ability to extend your permits to the amount of time that the permit is under government review. Meaning you apply for a building permit, DPW takes a year to review the building permit. You can't get an extension longer than the amount of time it took for DPW to review your building permit. How would my fellow commissioners feel about?
Yeah, most of the building is built, right? But we're talking about the road
It's
and the bathrooms, right?
No, what they need to do a change of use building permit
Right,
for the building and the structures that were unpermitted.
okay.
So they need to get a building permit, a new building permit. And that takes time. They need to go through the whole process of doing that. They need to go through the process of final plan approval. And those things take time.
I concur, Chair Vatusic. I think Commissioner Vatusic, sorry, Chair DeFranco. I think putting a time frame around the applicant's obligations to complete the process that does take into account the time it takes for the government to move makes a lot of sense. And I hope it does inspire that sense of excellence that you're trying to inspire in your own Keiki. I think it makes a lot of sense.
For the planning department, is that something that you would be comfortable with in enforcing?
Just so I can confirm what's being requested, it sounds like I want to understand it. Do you have a period of time you're talking about?
Well, I would like the time period to be established in consultation with the applicant for them to give us the amount of time that they need to submit for plan approval. And then likewise for the building permit, after plan approval is received, if they can tell us it's going to take us 6 months to submit plan approval, then I'd say, great, do it in 6 months. But if you don't do it, the permit is rescinded. So I feel like I want you to set your time frame. Tell me what you can do it in, and then do it.
So I appreciate the further discussion on this topic, and I do think this will entail further discussion with both the landowner and the applicant before we're comfortable with proceeding on a condition as such, because we've got to discuss their work queue and how they feel comfortable with these timelines. Right now, we're committed to getting the final plan approval and the building permits within 1 year with an additional year by administrative time extension. That's a maximum of 2 years for all of those permits. So that we're already committed to. There's you know, any reduction of that time, I do think we'll have to discuss and, you know,
think that's-
provide some language that we'd be comfortable with that does, you know, further constrain those timelines.
That's reasonable timing for me. Is that a reasonable time for?
Oh, 1 year.
Yeah.
And within the 1 year, and forgive me for not knowing the process, but you'd be doing the plan approval first, correct?
Yes, correct.
So rather than lumping those two together and saying you have 1 year for both plan approval and to secure the building permit, which to be honest with you, I don't think is realistic.
Mhm.
I think it'll be longer than that.
He said 1 to 2 years for
Yeah.
that.
2 years is with the administrative extension, which I'm not in favor of.
Okay.
I think that they should have a guideline that they have to make, and the only extension would be the amount of time the project is under review. So if you think that 2 years is the amount of time that you need to complete it, then I think we should ask for what you need. I do think you should be going with plan approval first so that you can show progress, right? One of the problems that we have is that there's been a pretty big gap in time between our meeting and then the most recent meeting, in which time many of these issues could have been resolved, right? So it's not showing, well, the issues that could be resolved are the coordination with DPW, right? DPW sent a list of things and you're still going back and forth and they're still unresolved. So to me, just having a clear path forward where Kona Aerials can have assurances that they'll be able to continue with their very valuable program under a certain set of conditions where they will have to actually do the things that are being proposed. And, you know, whether they're able to coordinate that with the landowner will be outside of our responsibility. That will be up to you to do. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But what's being represented to us is that you will be able to do these things. And seeing the attitude of the students and the drive of the coach, I think you will. I think you'll be able to do it. So tell me the time you want and we'll put that in the condition.
So if we were to request 2 years, I feel that would be substantially what we have now in the conditions without any alterations. And I think that's about how long building permits would take.
So realistically, and what amount of time before you're applying for the plan approval?
Again, I would have to consult with the landowner and the applicant a little bit further. So if you feel better to defer this, allow us to have that conversation, bring back those.
I would be okay with deferring that, but I would want it to be deferred to a strict date, maybe a month or so that they can not drag it out farther.
Okay.
If I can make a
sure.
suggestion, Mike. So normally, plan approval process, and again, this is normal, is approximately 3 months. Taking into consideration though that part of that process is the applicant has to submit a drainage study that has to be reviewed and approved through Public Works. We could do something such as condition 6, I believe it is, where we put a 6-month deadline to submit and receive approval of the plan approval, and for the process to be 2 years, an additional 1.5 years after approval of the plan approval to receive the building permit with no administrative time extension. And then we put in a clause that if these are not done within these timeframes, the permit is therefore void.
Yes, I would be in support of that time frame. Is that something? Because I'd love to just settle it today.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that
We would too.
is that a time frame that would work for you, the applicant? 6 months for plan approval, 18 months after plan approval?
I think we're in agreement. We can do that.
With the understanding that if they don't meet those deadlines and timelines, that
They heard that.
it's an
Automatic.
automatic renewal, revocation of the permit.
We'll put, normally the standard language is that the permit becomes void. We can also remove condition 17 at that point because there's no more timing factors that would allow an administrative time extension. Condition 10 is 5 years, and condition 6 would be 6 months and 18 months.
I think the only thing that, like I said, to keep in condition 17 would be to allow plan approval, to allow administrative time extension for the time it takes for governmental review.
Yes, that's something we really like to retain in case there are delays outside of our control within the departments.
Right. If they submit plan approval in 3 months, but then everybody in the planning department's on vacation and it gets extended to 6 months, they shouldn't lose their permit over that.
Correct.
They should be able to have an administrative time extension for the amount of time that the permits are being reviewed by the county. In that light, could we then do a 6 month for plan approval and then subsequently 1 year for a building permit with the condition that it can be extended for the amount of time that it's under governmental review?
I think that's reasonable.
Okay. Are we okay with that?
Yeah.
Now we just need somebody,
Okay.
To write that condition.
somebody.
I
the
can
condition.
defer. I get to defer.
Who are you deferring to?
One of our awesome staff members,
Okay.
if you guys can
Can you-
draft up a condition for us.
I'd like to ask a clarifying question. So currently condition 6 says 1 year to secure and finalize permits. Is that the way you want the new language as far as securing the permit and finalizing it, or is it just to secure the permit?
What is the difference between securing and finalizing a permit?
So securing is you submit your plans for a building permit, DPW reviews it, they issue the permit, and then you have inspections, foundation inspections, framing, final inspection. Once final inspection is done, it's considered a finalized building permit.
Got you. So the final,
And then
Component.
occupancy is usually issued.
Right.
At that point.
okay. I think that there needs to be amount of time between securing the permit and finalizing the permit.
Yes, instead of, say, 12 months after plan approval, might I suggest 16 months, 18 months to allow for those inspections and finalization, certificate of occupancy, instead of creating a whole new condition. Just allow for a slight buffer there.
So you would suggest 18 months to secure and finalize
Yes.
rather than having like 12 months to secure and then
Yes.
another 6 months to finalize?
Just, the end goal is our ultimate goal.
Okay.
So if we're focusing on that.
Yeah, okay, I'm okay with 18 months as planning commissioners. Are you okay with the 18
I'd like
months
to
to
propose
secure and
16
finalize?
months, if that's a possibility. for
16.
consideration.
So
Okay,
I think so.
Okay. So we need to make a secondary motion then.
so if we could have some assistance from the county planning department in preparing a motion or a condition that we can then read into as a secondary motion to amend the current motion.
Deputy Director, we'd also have to remove a condition 17.
Yeah.
But we're gonna
While
leave-
you're working on that, the other condition I think would be helpful is indicating that if the total acreage of land covered under the special permit on the parcel exceeds 15 acres, the applicant must reapply with the State Land Use Commission.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's, the microphone's not on.
Your mic is off. Did you want to?
So commissioners, that would be indicating that this special permit is part of a larger parcel that has other uses going on it. And if the uses on that parcel are determined to require a special permit, and all of the total of those special permits would then be over 15 acres, that would trigger the need for land use commission. And then the applicant would go back to the state land use commission with our positive recommendation and conditions for approval for this the special permit.
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
Okay.
Commissioner Matusik, we have a question over here for clarification. So what we have interpreted is that for condition 6, you would propose a 16-month timeframe rather than the 1-year timeframe. So we would put 16 months to secure and finalize building permits, 60 months from the effective date of this permit, accepting time that the plans are under governmental review.
So that's correct, but I would take it a step back and indicate that we are also want plan approval within 6 months.
Yes.
Is that a separate condition
That
or
was
that be
meant
the
as
same?
a separate condition.
Okay.
And so on that condition, what we have right now is that prior to applying for a building permit, that's the only timing that's addressed in the current condition. Just prior to applying for a building permit, the applicant shall secure final plan approval for the proposed development. What you're proposing, it sounds like, is changing that to within 6 months of the effective date of this permit. And then would you also add accepting time that the plans are under governmental review? That was what I needed
Yes.
clarification on.
Yes. And also I want to make it so the time for the planning, for the plan approval and the time for the building permit are not concurrent, but consecutive. So after plan approval is secured, that triggers the building permit clause.
Yeah, they cannot be concurrent.
So
in any standard process.
Okay.
instead of after this date of approval, the start date for that 16 months becomes the approval date of the plan approval. I think that's what you're getting at. Yes. So it's the trigger
Okay,
to
is
start.
that what was intended?
Yes, so the trigger for the application for the clock, the trigger for the clock for the application for the building permit, the clock starts when they get plan approval.
Okay,
Can it be done?
that can be done.
Okay, so it's a sequence. They get plan approval. They have a timeline to get plan approval. And once they get plan approval, they have a timeline to get the building permit. And then they finalize it and they move everything forward.
Understood. So just in summation, that would be a 22-month process, essentially from the effective date of the permit to obtain plan approval and then to obtain and finalize building permits.
That would be the maximum it could take. Yeah, ideally it would be done soon, but we have these benchmarks where that if it's not hit, then permit would be rescinded.
Okay, and to restate it, just for clarity, 22-month time frame with no administrative time extensions.
I think the only category for administrative time extension is the time period for governmental review.
So the number of months accepting the time it takes for governmental review.
Yeah.
So we would place that government review exception within the plan approval condition and the building permit condition and remove the administrative time extension condition.
However you guys
Does that
think you can enforce it the best, I'm cool with that. Yeah.
Commissioner Matusik, is it my understanding you also wanted to amend condition 4 for clarity regarding if special permits on the property exceeded 15 acres, that the applicant would be required to go to Land Use Commission for approval? Is that a yes?
Oh, is it me? Yes, yeah, yeah. I thought you were waiting for them to say that.
I mean,
Jeff, are you,
We-
can you repeat that, please?
sure, on condition 4, Commissioner Matusik wanted to put down clarifying language that if special permits on the entire property exceeded 15 acres, then the applicant would be required to go before the Land Use Commission for approval as part of that permit.
Is that the applicant or the owner?
It would be both.
It would, for this particular one, it's directed to the applicant because we want if what's happening around on the parcel reaches the need for State Land Use Commission to approve it, then the applicant would have to go back and approve and get their use approved also. Right, so it applies to this application if it were to become a piece of larger development on the property.
Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to make a secondary motion to amend the motion on the floor to update the conditions as reflected by Jessica.
I second.
Do we need to reread those or are we good? I'm comfortable with them. Read it into the record.
Did you want to?
Please read it into the record. Thank
Our
you.
attorney has advised us, so please read them into the record.
With the full gamut of amendments that we proposed.
The full changes that we're going to be approving.
So you're recommending approval with amendments as stated. Condition number 4, adding that if the special permit activities go beyond 15 acres, the applicant will need to go before the Land Use Commission
For approval.
For approval.
for approval. Condition number 5, amending the first sentence to state rather than prior to applying for a building permit, it will state within 6 months of the effective date of this permit. Accepting time, the plans are under governmental review. The applicant shall secure final plan approval. And the remainder of the condition is the same regarding final plan approval. Condition 6, revising it to state that building permits, I'll state the whole condition. Building permits for all existing and proposed structures and improvements, including water tanks, septic system, and buildings to be used for the proposed use shall be obtained and finalized within 16 months from the issuance of final plan approval. Accepting time, the plans are under governmental review.
Correct.
And condition 10 remains the same. That has a 5-year time frame, just to restate that for clarity for the access driveway realignment.
Correct.
And we are completely removing condition number 17.
Correct.
Do we replace it with language indicating that failure to comply with the stated conditions of the permit will result in the permit being voided?
I believe that's already within the permit at the very end. The recommendation, it states, should any of the conditions not be met or substantially complied with in a timely fashion, the planning director may initiate procedures to revoke the permit.
I understand. And what I'm saying is that rather than indicating that the planning director may initiate procedures to revoke the permit, that if they're not complied with, the permit is revoked.
Okay. Should any of the conditions, I'm going to restate then with that, revising that statement to say, should any of the conditions not be met or substantially complied with in a timely fashion, the permit is null and void.
That's okay. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we need also,
I second.
okay. We're going to vote. Is it a roll call vote then? Oh, discussion? More? Is there more discussion? No. So we can go ahead and vote then on this. Do we need a roll call, please?
Yes, just give me a second here. Okay, Commissioner Matusik,
Aye.
Vice Chair Knowles,
Aye.
Commissioner Paishon Duarte,
Aye, with reservation.
and Chair DeFranco.
Aye.
The motion passes 4 votes.
And that's to the secondary motion. So now we have to vote again. Or do we have a discussion on the main motion? Any further discussion on the main? No. So now we vote on the main motion.
Okay, with the main motion moved by Commissioner Knowles and seconded by Commissioner Matusik.
So we have a roll call on that.
Yes, Vice Chair Knowles,
Aye.
Commissioner Matusik,
Aye.
Commissioner Paishon Duarte,
Aye, with reservation.
and Chair DeFranco.
Aye.
The motion passes with 4 votes.
Thank you.
Mahalo, mahalo nui. Thanks for the extended.
Thank you.
We love our children, don't we? Okay, so moving on, we're gonna take a break. Yeah. We have a 5-minute recess. Is that 5 minutes or 10? What do we need? 5 minutes. Are we going to take our seats? Sorry, we're still waiting for one of the commissioners to return. Then we'll start.
Well, I got your earplugs.
Okay, I think we have quorum now. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We have Director Kern here with us now. We're going to go into the new business. And excuse me, we're starting a meeting now. Thank you. New business, introduction of an agenda item. To applicant Renegade Towers LLC PL use -2022-000006 application for a permit to allow the establishment of a telecommunication facility with an 80-foot tall monopine tower and related equipment and improvements within a 2,712 square foot portion of a larger 14.89 acre parcel. The subject property is located at 73-4189 Hawaii Belt Road on the southeast corner of its intersection with Doheny Road, Makaula Kalaoa 4th, North Kona, Hawaii, TMK 7-3-002-010 portion. Okay. Do we have us? Don't we do the people first? Yeah, they did like that. Is there anybody on Zoom that is going to testify on this?
Yes, we have 3 people registered to testify on item 2. Our first testifier is Roy Koenig, followed by Gary and Emily Price.
Okay, so I'm just gonna ask you all to raise your hand and swear to tell the truth today in front of the Planning Commission.
Yes.
Say aye or yes. And,
Yes.
and Emily, are you there? Emily?
Can you hear us?
Yes, okay, so we're gonna start with Roy Dean.
Yes.
Okay. You have 2 minutes. State your name and where you live.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Roy Koenig. I live on Kauilaniakea Drive in Kailua Kona. And I wanted to speak and ask that you deny this use permit application for the cell tower location proposed by Renegade Towers. In their application, specifically when they refer to the land north of this location, they say it's zoned agriculture, which it is, but they neglect to mention that there is a neighborhood directly north of this location. I'm a part of that neighborhood, My property directly abuts Donahue Road, the road that this this tower would be placed. They make no consideration of our neighborhood in this permit application. They also never had a community meeting with any of us before they decided on this location. From the background material that I was given in the county zoning code 11.3.3a, it says that the design shall consider view, existing environment, and vistas which shall be considered and preserved where possible. I live in this neighborhood directly north, and I live here expressly because of the vistas, the quiet, the wildlife, the views, and the Aina. I believe that an 85-foot tall, huge metal artificial looking tree that's a cell tower will have a negative effect on all of that. From my house, it will be directly in my view towards the coast, and will definitely affect all of those things for me. One of the people from the planning department mentioned in this application as well that on the coverage maps that showed a minuscule improvement in cell coverage. And I think the amount of improvement they're talking about is definitely not worth the size of this tower and the intrusion on our neighborhood. I'm not against greater cell coverage. I have a smartphone like just about everybody else, but I don't think this is the location, especially as it relates to our neighborhood. There's also notice in the papers that there will be air conditioning on site for the equipment, which anecdotally they say is pretty quiet and should not be able to hear it more than 100 feet away unless things are very quiet. Well, we live in this neighborhood. One of the reasons
30
is
seconds remaining.
Okay, thank you. In my remaining time, I would just like to say also that the property owner that this proposed site would be on has access to his property at the base of Donahue. Renegade proposes to have access from Donahue, which is barely one car wide and is covered with vegetation. That sounds like a horrible idea to me. Thank you for your consideration. I would ask you to deny this permit.
Thank you. Gary Price? Please? No. Gary and Emily?
Hi, can you hear us? Sorry.
Yes.
Yep.
Just
Yeah,
state your name, please, and where you live, and
I am Gary Priest, and this is my wife Emily. We both live at 73-1222 Kaoilani Akea Drive, Kailua Kona, Hawaii. And we are the next door neighbor to Roy Koenig, and we agree with back up everything he said. One thing he didn't say was that this tower will be, I think, 200 feet from his property and about 350 from ours. So, it's very, very close. It'll be towering over us, a horrible visual sight. And we don't know what the sound problems will be with the air conditioning, because the developer never reached out to us, never briefed us on this, but we're strongly opposed to it. We've been here 22 years. And this is a long established subdivision, a very quiet, peaceful place. And it's no place for an industrial sized tower. I'll let my wife speak further. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Hi, this is Emily Priest. I live at the same address on Kaoilani Akea Drive in Kona. And I submitted a letter from the two of us that I believe you all have. And there's a lot in there, and I would first and foremost ask that you look at those points and ensure that those questions are answered clearly for yourselves as commissioners reviewing this. it's a lot to get through, I know, and you guys have had a long Kona aerial stay, but anyhow, primarily, this is definitely going to affect the view plane of our home and the surrounding homes in our neighborhood. But I have concerns about the application itself and some of the requirements the county has and how they were seemingly not met by the applicant. So there is a portion of the documentation that sort of answers the questions that the county prompts an applicant when applying for a telecommunication tower. And primarily my concern is Renegade Towers is a tower building company. And it does not appear that they had an interest in finding an existing facility or tower to co-locate any antennas on. They just say there are no towers or tall buildings in the area. They don't designate an area. They don't give any information about where the other existing cell phone towers are in Kona. We have great service where we are, and I know that doesn't mean that's the case for everyone, but I believe, looking at their difficult to read maps, that is being beamed at us from the airport, kind of in that general location. So, my question is, what attempts were made to locate this in an appropriate area and not, in the view plane of our neighborhood? I have a lot of other questions. They are included in my letter of testimony. I know this needs to be kept brief, but I hope you will consider strongly denying this request. I don't think it has met the rigorous requirements of that the county lays out. So with that, I will leave it to you to discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there any other testifiers today? No. If not, we're going to do a staff presentation then. We have a PowerPoint by Clinton Mercado.
Janice, can you see the presentation?
Yes, looks good. Thanks.
Very good. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Mahalo, Chair. Hello, everyone. I will begin our presentation for the Renegade Towers for use permit. The subject 14.89 acre parcel is outlined in blue in the middle with the yellow star is the location. Located in North Kona district of Hawaii Island in Kalaoa area. The 2,712 square foot project area is located approximately 290 feet east of Hawaii Belt Road, indicated in yellow. So Hawaii Belt Road, 290 feet to the start. The applicant is requesting a use permit to construct a new non-manned telecommunication facility consisting of an 85-foot tall monopine tower and related equipment within a 2,712 square foot portion of a larger 14.89 acre parcel situated in the county's agricultural zoning district. The monopine tower will be designed to accommodate the co-location of up to 4 telecommunication carriers and will comply with all federal, state, and county rules and regulation. The goal of the new facility is to improve the existing cell phone coverage by filling spotty coverage in the nearby residential neighborhood, including but not limited to Kona Palisades, Kona Highlands, Kona Coast View, Kaiulani Estates, as well as providing coverage on the Hawaii Belt Road. The facility will enhance police and fire protection by extending wireless voice and data services to areas that currently have little or no coverage. Next, we have the state land use boundary map. The state land use for the property is agricultural, shown in the middle. This is our general plan looping map. The general plan loop land use pattern allocation guide map designates the subject parcel as extensive agricultural, which is indicated in white. To the left of the slide, across the Hawaii Belt Road, is low density urban in yellow. Here is a couple application site plans that the applicant provided for us. To the left is indicated in blue is the site plan where the new tower will be. And the bottom plan is the blown up view of the telecommunications site. So here we have the 85-foot tower in the middle. These are the antennas. And these are just more, equipment cabinets. Here's their driveway off of Donahue Road, which is up here. And then Hawaii Belt Road is on the left side of the screen. Went too far back. Okay, this is a couple more shots from the applicant showing the monopine tower. With the these are green lattice chain link fence for privacy, and then again the antenna, and then the pine needle. Here is the aerial photograph of the subject property with the dimensions to the corner here. This is Donahue Road. This is the existing driveway towards the bottom of the site plan. The subject property and its surroundings with the new telecommunication tower facility located towards the top left where the yellow is. The new tower will be approximately 59.4 inches from the Donahue Road here, and 329 feet 6 inches from Hawaii Belt Road. Here is an image of Donahue Road looking Mauka with the proposed site on the right. So this would be the proposed driveway area. This is looking same from Donahue Road looking Makai with the proposed site on the left. Okay. Here is an area photo showing the viewpoints for the photo simulations in the following slides. The applicant has provided 3 locations with clear view to the subject property. The first is showing the viewpoints for the photo simulation in the following, this is looking southwest from Kaiulaniakea Drive. So this is the existing, and this is the before. You can see the tower standing on the street. Okay, the next is looking southeast from Mahilani Drive. This is the before, and this is the after. And the last slide is the looking from Eluna Street, looking east northwest, existing, and the new 85-foot tower. Okay, here is just a sample of the coverage, yeah. To the left, outlined in green is the before. And then a blown up version outlined in green is the after, indicated in blue. My final slide is the planning director's recommendation. He is recommending approval with conditions. At this time, I can answer any questions if you have, Chair. Thank you.
Sorry, are there any questions? Yes, Commissioner Duarte.
Thank you. This cell tower will be a privately owned cell tower, correct?
Correct, by Renegade Tower. Yeah,
Thank
they're
you.
leasing the area from the subject property owner.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that maybe, yeah, I think mine is going to be for the applicant presentation. Is there any other questions? No. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So
Thank you.
the applicant's presentation, will you please come forward? You raise your right hand. Swear to affirm to tell the truth on this matter before the Leeward Planning Commission.
I do.
Thank you. So speak, you got to get it close to your mouth.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And you can tell us where you live and who you represent.
My name is Danette Martin. I live in Kailua Kona and I represent Renegade Towers and Verizon Wireless.
And you've received all of the information from the county, all the background and recommendation reports from the planning department?
I have.
You have, and you agree with the recommendations, including the proposed conditions?
Yes.
Do you have any comments?
No, not about the recommendations.
I was wondering if you might comment on what our community questions were about.
I'd love
You are?
to.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you so
you.
much. So, you know, it's difficult to plan for any cell phone tower. We try to do our best, and this is, you know, Kona Palisades and Kona Highlands, and that whole area is a huge area of residential. And so how we determine where we need to be is determined by a radio frequency engineer. So Verizon's radio frequency engineer comes and says, they plot different things and they look at elevations, topography and things like that. They decided that in order to cover this vast area up on the highway and into those neighborhoods is to go in this particular area. So when we looked at it, we're looking for utilities. We're looking for large pieces of land. We've got to make sure we hit the setbacks. And of course, you would want it in a residential area primarily. So we found this landlord that was willing to do it. He had a 10-acre parcel. We made sure that we set it off of the, set it away, you know, a ways from homes, like the people that mentioned their homes are, you know, around 200 to 300, 350 away from the tower. They did talk about it penetrating their vista. And I'd have to say that you saw the photo simulations. So their homes are from the north, we're to the south, and the ocean is west. So not to say that they couldn't see it from their backyard, but that it's not like it's right in front of their ocean view. And then they talked about concern about access on Donahue Road. So that is a paper road, like they mentioned, and these cell phone towers, they don't see regular traffic. They don't have people that are stationed there. So a technician might visit the site maybe once a month unless there's an issue. So after construction's done, you know, relatively, you're not going to really be even seeing a technician. And when they come by, they're not there for very long. So that was one of the issues. And if one of the technicians do cause a problem on that road, of course, it would be, you know, fixed. There's a method for the roads in limbo. So if for some reason that road need to be done, the county has, I understand, has a process where they provide the material, and then the neighbors all pitch in and do it together. And then let's see, did I hear a question? Then the notices, they talked about nobody reached out to them and had a community meeting. And I wanted to point out that I did send them notices. So they received a couple notices from me with my phone number on, and I hadn't received any calls or regarding any questions. And I would have reached out to them, but I just got their information and I didn't have a phone number. It just had a email address. So I apologize about that. I would have liked to reach out to them.
So you don't usually have a community meeting or in the area, or?
I did not have, who's talking? I can't. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. No, I did not have a community meeting.
Is that normal for cell towers to have community meetings?
Sometimes, usually it's at the request of the community. We send out the notices and then they'll contact me and say, hey, our community would like to have a presentation, and I'll show up and do a presentation for them, but not on I mean, we don't just hold one if nobody's asking for one.
I see.
So they were concerned about air conditioning, noisy air conditioning. The air conditionings have sound cowlings on there, and it's no different than their air conditionings that are permitted use in the agricultural area. So I can't imagine that far away that they would have any impact on them at all.
So it's a commercial air conditioning system or like a residential?
They're not a commercial air conditioning. They're cabinets that contain electronics, and they have to stay in a controlled environment. And I've been around them a lot, and as I walk up to them, I can't hear them. So I don't expect that they're going to have an issue with that. We do have a diesel emergency generator. Those would make noise, but they would only make noise when there's an emergency outage or when there's maintenance, and that happens quarterly. They run it quarterly for 15 minutes. So I think that if there's a prolonged outage, you're going to hear not just our generator, but others as well. And let's see. I have the list here. Okay, so on the one that I received this morning from the priest, Mr. and Mrs. Priest, they said, is this a tower intended for 5G now or in the future? What is the county's stance on this? So as far as this tower for 5G, I don't know if it's going to have 5G on it as well. I don't think it makes sense here, because 5G doesn't have a huge distance. So 5G is good in really condensed areas, like say Waikiki, where you've got so many people, and it takes the capacity off of the other cell sites. So I don't think that would be used here, but I have no idea what kind of technology is coming next or what it is. But what I can tell you is that 5G, from the information that I have, I'm not an expert on on emissions. But I have consulted with a physicist, a radio frequency physicist. And he said that it's no different. 5G is no different than 4G as far as safety goes. And he explains, I'll just read you part of this because I think it's interesting. He says that the radio frequency waves given off by antennas used are the same as those used by FM radio and TV. The RF energy is non-ionizing, and it is fundamentally different than an ionizing radiation like associated with X-rays, CAT scans, and nuclear power. So RF energy used in cellular communication is at least 1 million times too low to directly break chemical bonds or disrupt microbes of DNA. And let's see what else is interesting in here. Sorry. In terms of exposures for other sources, TV and FM radio will generally be the strongest of RF signals at a given location. Thinking of it this way, a TV station or FM radio station will be 10 miles away from the broadcast and have to broadcast over a huge area. To do this, typically they use hundreds of times more power than a wireless microsite. Microsites are closer and typically use hundreds of watts of power, but are mounted relatively high on poles, and exposure is considerably less than expected. They talk about the small cells, which is 5G technology, typically use 5 to 20 watts of power. So even though the antennas for small cells are mounted relatively low, the potential exposures are very small. I brought, what do I do with it? I just showed that to you a minute ago, didn't I? Oh, here it is. So I brought this guide, just in case anybody's concerned. I mean, the federal government prohibits the local jurisdiction from denying an application based on safety because they regulate it. But I wanted to show this, and if anybody here wants to have it, would you?
Can you speak a little bit more into your mic?
I'm sorry.
You're fading on us here.
I brought copies so that you wouldn't be too hard to see. So what we're proposing here is a macro site.
So just point of order, I believe we are running out of time. We have a
Oh, okay.
3:30 deadline, and if we want
Is
to
there-
seek motion on this, we should probably
Okay.
Thank you.
get moving forward.
I had one question that I wanted to ask. Are there other cell phone towers in the area?
No, the closest cell phone tower is down at Kona Airport and across from Kona Airport. And that's been kind of the problem. Hui Hui Ranch has one, and then Kona, the old industrial, Kona Old Industrial has some towers.
Okay.
There is one tower that is up here at the elementary school, KLKA Elementary School,
Mhm.
but that unfortunately doesn't lend itself to co-location, so.
Thank you.
And the schools aren't allowing, they aren't allowing cell towers on their property anymore.
Okay. Do we have any other questions that we want to ask the applicant? Commissioners, are there any other questions?
I guess my only question, looking at the coverage map, it doesn't look like the dead spot by Makale is improved.
Okay,
Is
let me
it-
explain that. And I did provide it, but it didn't make it into our presentation. But the radio frequency engineer, this is not so much, it does fill gaps, but it's more of a capacity site than it is for a coverage site. So with cell phones, they have so many channels and only so many calls or so much data can go through them. So they're reaching the the one down at the airport is reaching capacity. It does cover this area, but it's reaching capacity. Once it reaches capacity and you go try to make a phone call, or you're trying to use, your data slows down a lot, or you can't make that phone call.
Any other questions? Okay, so there's no more.
Do you have any
discussion?
questions, Chair?
No.
I move that the application for use permit docket number PL use 2022-000006 be approved based on the planning director's recommendation, which shall be adopted.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? No? No discussion? Okay, so we'll take a roll call.
Okay. Commissioner Vitusek,
Aye.
Commissioner Prashant Dort,
Aye.
Commissioner Vice Chair Knowles,
Aye.
and Chair DeFranco.
Aye.
The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, there's no time for anything else, so. I'm gonna miss the presentation on the county. So do we just defer all of this to the next meeting? Thank you, thank you. Maya?
Chair DeFranco, I believe that the applicants for the next two items are here. So if you could call them up and ask them if they would prefer to be on the June hearing or the July hearing, that would be helpful so that we can schedule these items.
Okay, and if you need to leave, you can, because we're not, huh? We can't, oh, we can't, okay, I thought we just couldn't vote. Okay, so, what is her name? June Hansacker, can she come up with her? June Hansacker, item, Joan? Sorry, item 3. Hi. Sorry that we ran out of time today. I appreciate your patience with this, so we just need to.
We all perfectly understand and we appreciate your diligence and ability to still have a lot of what you call brain energy, because I don't sitting down there. But anyway, like I just talked to the applicant and she has a commitment in July. So as a result, she doesn't mind having it pushed back to the month of July. I'm sorry, June is a conflict, July is fine.
So July, is that okay with Maya?
Yes, that would be the July 20th.
What are we doing that for? Right, and now we're going to, thank you. So the applicant for the Hamakua Health Center. Sorry, thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon, Catherine Garson from Carl Smith Ball for the applicant Hamakua Kohala Health Center. So we also have scheduling conflicts in June, so would request July.
Okay, I think that's good too, right, Maya? For both of, that's 4 and 5, right? So that's it.
Correct, items 4 and 5 together.
I can't even talk about that one, but so that's fine. Okay, thank you. So we'll do it July, was it the 20th?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have no staff, nothing. So we need a motion to adjourn. Maya, do you have any announcements that you want to make?
We have 5 items tentatively scheduled for your June 15th hearing.
That's on a Thursday then? Yes, okay. So I need there's no other business, we need a motion to adjourn. Can we get a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Second. Okay, first and second and all.